The jury and also now rejoined us, or have joined us, I should say. Good morning. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath, and the defense may continue with their re-cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. Is it my understanding that, based on the questioning yesterday, that, well, let me ask you this. You said you didn't want to testify or go into issues or information about Monica Sementilli until you had a lawyer. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So as we went through yesterday, and I'm not going to go through all the conversations you had with the Perkins people and with the officers, every time you were asked about being paid or who else was involved, you didn't lay out Monica Sementilli as someone who was involved in the murder and was going to get insurance money. You didn't say that at the time, did you?
In what process? During the interview?
No, when you were talking to the Perkins person and initially when you were talking to the detectives.
It's my understanding that I believe I did say that.
Okay, and it was after they told you who was involved, and one of them was Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Objection made.
Isn't that right?
They asked. They didn't tell me anything.
They came up to you.
And I said yes.
First thing that was told to you by anyone after you were arrested was that there were 3 people involved. They knew 2 of them, and they were going after the 3rd, and they gave you her name, Monica, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you'd heard the word Monica Sementilli?
The last name? Yes. The first name? No.
You didn't even know her last name, did you?
No.
So you knew at that point that the reason you were there was to give them information about Monica Sementilli's involvement in the murder. Is that right?
I knew I was there because there was a fugitive warrant out for my arrest.
Okay. But I mean, the contacts you had with the Perkins individual and with the police officers all involved your confession to committing the murder. We went through that, right?
Yes, sir.
And the next thing they were interested in is who was doing it with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, and you told them everything about the murder, about Baker, about going there, flying down, and all the rest, but you didn't tell them about Monica Sementilli, did you?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
In fact, you said you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to bring in Monica or insurance or anything like that until you had a lawyer, right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Did you have a lawyer down up in Vancouver?
Objection cumulative.
You went over that. Sustained.
Who was your lawyer in Vancouver?
Objection relevance.
Still rule.
I don't know her. I can't remember her name.
You specifically asked the district attorney's office, you asked the police officers in Vancouver if you could meet with Heather Stagel, the prosecutor who had flown up, correct?
I requested to meet with the DA. I did not know who she was.
They told you a DA had flown all the way up there, right?
They told me a DA was present.
And had come from Los Angeles, correct?
They did not tell me they came from Los Angeles.
They told you she was from Vancouver?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
Where did they tell you she was from?
They did not tell me where she was from.
Right? And you spoke with her and asked her, are you going to ask me to testify, correct?
I'm now confused.
Spoke to who?
Deputy District Attorney Stagel. You met with her up in Vancouver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you asked her if she was going to ask you to testify, right?
Is that what I said?
I got a transcript here which says, Austin, are you going to ask me to testify, D.A. Heather?
Can you be paid in line, please?
This is page 137, lines 21 to 33.
Wait. Page 127 lines what?
21 to 36?
137. There is no page 36.
137, lines 21 to 33.
There is no 21 to 33.
21 to 23, I'm sorry. You specifically discussed with D.A. Heather, as you called her. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
How'd you know her name was Heather?
Well, manners will take you further than money will, so I asked what her name was.
And she told you.
Yes.
You discussed with her the possibility of a deal and the possibility of your testimony against Monica Sementilli as part of that deal as early as the time of your arrest in Vancouver on October 2nd. Isn't that right?
That's what I requested.
That's what it says you said. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
He said, are you going to ask me to test?
Objection. He's going to refresh his memory if you can see that transcript.
That was improper. That's correct. Sustained.
You want to see your let you read that to yourself. All the way down here.
Can I see that? Because it's not the transcript. I don't see the transcript. Can you show me what please? What did you show him?
21 to 30.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
would you read that over? Please, to yourself. And then when you're done, to the top of the next page.
Oh.
See that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory as to what you said?
Yes, sir.
And what you said was, are you going to ask me to testify, D.A. Heather?
Objection. His memory was refreshed.
Sustained.
Well, after refreshing your memory, do you recall saying what you read there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I asked her if she wants me to testify.
He said, are you going to ask me to testify, D.A. Heather? And she said, I don't know yet. What is your feeling on that? I think I know. And you say, if I can talk. And she said, you've already told me I know. You said, if I can talk to an attorney and that attorney can talk to you, we can work out some type. And she said, that's how it works. You said, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking for some type of deal to go home to my girls, right?
Yes, sir.
And she said, right, I understand. And you said, I don't know what to do, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being
One moment.
accused of.
I'm sorry. One moment.
I didn't know who you were saying one moment to.
I don't know where you're reading from.
It's still page 137, line 21 to 30.
You're going to jump lines. And what line are you on now? It's not the transcripts. I don't know what line you're on. So we're not on page 138 anymore. We're not on 143. Page 143, lines 4 through 7.
I'm sorry.
I'm not objecting to reading
143,
this.
lines 4 through 7.
I'm objecting to reading
This thing?
this.
Well, do you recall what saying to her about what you need to testify to if you can go home to your girls? You remember saying that?
I remember being in that emotional state, yes.
Well, I know you were in that emotional state. Your emotional state was you would say anything you had to be able to go home and see your girls, right?
I didn't say anything. I told her the truth when I got my attorney present.
Okay, so, but you asked to see Miss Stagel, remember?
Yes.
This was after you said you testified yesterday that you didn't want to work out any deal unless your attorney was present, right?
Yes.
You knew Miss Stagel was an attorney from the DA's office, correct?
She informed me of that.
Pardon?
She informed me of that, yes.
Well, you knew that beforehand. They told you that a DA had come down and flown up from L.A. and was here in Vancouver, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you were going to wait till you got to L.A. and meet with an attorney before you worked out any deal, why did you ask to see Miss Stagel?
Because I wanted to know who the DA was.
Okay, so you met her, right?
Yes.
And then she talked about being honest, correct?
Yes.
And everything you said had to be honest?
Yes.
And that's when you told her you would, I don't know what to do, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being accused of, I need to get home to my girls, correct?
Yes.
So you meant that, didn't you?
Yes.
Whatever they needed, you were going to tell them, right?
Yes.
You just didn't want to tell them right then and there.
I didn't tell him everything. That is correct.
Pardon?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You waited till you got up to, or down to Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
And then you met with Mr. Aval, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before you left Vancouver and went down and talked to Mr. Aval, you told Heather, I think this is on transcript page 83, lines 22 to 23, and 84, lines 1 to 2.
Well, I'll get to reading something.
I'm just telling the prosecuted the lines.
What was the question?
Question is, did you tell Heather that you wanted to talk to her because you understood everything depends on her?
What page, counsel?
Page 83, lines 22 to 23. Line 84, lines 1 to 2. Shortly after that, you say,
Your question?
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
you ask if you can have an attorney for the talk with her, and Heather says, when you say that you want an attorney present, then I can't talk to you. Right?
Yes.
And she says, I'm not asking, you may not remember everything, so if he's talking about insurance money related to Baker or collected a few weeks before, now you may not have thought you would ultimately be involved, but you knew Rob wanted to do something for you. Is that true? Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you said, no.
What page that you're reading from again?
153.
Okay. Can you hold on one second?
You understand when I say Heather, that's what you were saying.
Objection seems lax on evidence.
He called her Heather, right? Not Miss Daigle.
Yes.
Because that was her name, you found out, and you were being polite. So when she asked if you were talking about insurance money referring to Baker, that you may not have thought you would ultimately be involved, but you knew Rob wanted to do something. Is that true? You said no, not necessarily, right?
Yes, sir.
And she asked you, you said, I knew what we talked about. She asked you, what'd you talk about? And you said, just to go in, rough him up. You know what I'm saying. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a whole section where Miss Stagel says, well,
Objection. This is cumulative.
I haven't heard the question. I'll take the objection or submission.
you're getting questioned after that about if you just did to rough him up, how you're going to get insurance money from roughing him up. He's still going to be alive.
Oh.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you say?
I don't remember what I said.
You said that's the way you understood it. You were just there to rough him up, and then it changed when you got up there. Isn't that right? That's what you told him.
Yes.
Is that the truth?
No, it was not.
So you asked to see Miss Stagel. She told you you had to tell the truth. You told her that, and it wasn't the truth?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie to her?
Because I didn't have an attorney present to give me proper counsel.
Well, then why say anything? You're the one who asked to speak to her.
I don't know. Emotions.
What?
My emotions.
You wanted to get home, correct?
I still want to get home.
I understand that. I don't blame you. But when you were up there in October, everything in your mind in talking to the Perkins individual and to the police and to Miss Stagel, you said over and over again, I just want to get home. I want to see my daughter. I'll tell you whatever you want. I just need to get home. Isn't that what you were saying throughout your stay up there in Vancouver?
Yes, sir.
And then you had Miss Stagel come up to meet with you so you could tell her what you wanted to hear so you could go home that day, right? That was your hope.
Yes, sir.
And when she asked you, okay, be honest, tell me what happened, you said, we were just going up there to rough him up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you lie about that when she was basically telling you, all right, tell me the truth. You had me come up here. You want to go home. What happened?
I needed proper counsel, and I didn't have it.
You didn't consider that proper counsel when you asked for her and she asked you to say what happened?
I didn't think she was going to ask me a whole bunch of detail.
You did think she was going to ask you a whole bunch of detail.
No, sir, I did not.
Why did that concern you?
I was on my way to work, and then I got pulled over. So
Yes.
there's a lot going on in my mind in that time.
But once you sat down there and spent 5 or 6 hours in the cell with the Perkins person, you pretty much knew why you were there, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
For
sir.
5 or 6 hours, the Perkins individual was basically telling you, you got to get them what they want. You got to tell them about Monica, using her name. You got to do whatever you can to get yourself out there. First one in, first one out. Right?
That's what he said.
Okay. Did you believe him?
Shaky.
Okay. But you wanted to find out, right? If he was right. That's why you called for Miss Stagel, the DA, to talk to her,
No.
right?
No.
Why'd you call Miss Stagel?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Then you asked Miss Stagel, you specifically discussed with her the possibility of a deal and possibility of your testimony against Monica Sementilli as part of that deal. Right?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
It's a question.
It's overruled.
What page are you on now?
137, lines 21 to 33. Do you remember discussing that with her, the possibility of a deal if you testify against Monica Sementilli?
Yes, sir.
Remember what she said?
That's not how this works.
Well, you asked, are you going to ask me to testify, D.A. Heather? And she said, I don't know yet. What is your feeling on that? I think.
Objection, cumulative.
It is.
And you say if I can talk to her.
Objection, cumulative.
I have heard it, but there's no question pending when you start with and.
You said if I can talk to an attorney and that attorney can talk to you, we can work out some type of. Right?
We went over that minutes ago, counsel. Let's move on.
And she said that's how it works.
Again, we went over that minutes ago. Let's move on.
So you are transferred up to or down to Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And first you meet with an attorney that is provided for you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you meet with the DA, correct? 2 DAs, Ms. Silverman and Ms. Stagel.
No, sir.
Who do you meet with?
No one.
Well, you met with your lawyer, correct?
The appointed lawyer?
Yes, Mr. Aval, who is here in court.
After the arraignment. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, you
I'm
had
trying to follow you, so right
Okay.
now I'm a little.
That's fine. That's fine.
I hit a stop sign.
Okay. We've got time. The judge will stop me if I go too far. You were flown down to L.A., right?
Yes, sir.
And you were housed down here in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then within a few days, you met Mr. Aval.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me change that. First, you went to court. They told you what you were charged with. You enter a plea of not guilty, as everyone does initially. You get an attorney, and then you finally are able, after other attorneys are involved, you're finally able to meet with Mr. Aval.
Yes, sir.
And you discussed with Mr. Aval what your options are, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your options are either you can cooperate and get a deal, or you can plead not guilty and go to trial, correct?
Objection.
That-
Going into Mr. Aval, attorney-client privilege.
As far as the options, I think that was already testified to, and I'll allow that.
I'm talking about your state of mind on all these questions, whatever they are, and I'll try to make them as short as possible. I'm talking about what your state of mind was in meeting, after meeting with Mr. Aval and going and sitting down for the proffer, okay? Got it?
Okay.
And your state of mind was at that time that you had two choices. You could either fight the case or make a deal, correct?
Objection, this is cumulative.
Yes. Proceed. It is.
And you decided to make a deal if you could, correct?
I was advised by my counsel after he explained to me what a proffer agreement was.
Okay. And without going into that in too much detail, a proffer is when they ask you questions and you give them answers, right?
Yes, sir.
And if they're satisfied that those answers are the truth and are valuable to you, to them, if the answers are valuable to them and they can use them in their prosecution, then they may come back and make you an offer, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's totally up to them. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
When you understood, it wasn't just that they were asking you to tell the truth, they were asking you to give them information against Monica Sementilli that they did not have, correct?
That is not correct.
Well, everything that you had said down up in Vancouver had been a confession to the murder that you committed and Mr. Baker committed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were already clear about that. You had told that to Perkins, to the DA, to everyone, to the police and everyone, right?
Yes, sir.
That the one thing you hadn't told them is that the third person was Monica Sementilli or anything about insurance money.
It's my understanding. I believe I brought up the insurance money in Vancouver.
After they told you that the third person they had or needed was Monica Sementilli, she was being tried. The other two were caught, meaning you and Baker. They told you all that and her name before you said anything about insurance. Isn't that right?
They didn't tell me her. They
They
didn't tell me
didn't
they needed her.
I'm
They didn't
sorry?
say that. They didn't mention that at all.
They didn't mention that at all. They didn't
They
mention
didn't
her.
mention. They didn't mention the word need.
Well, they told you who her name was, right?
They told me what her name was.
They told you. This is line transcript, page 92, lines 23, 25,
Which transcript?
October 2nd.
I know, which one?
There's only one, October 2nd.
There's two? Was it the Perkins or was it the interview?
I believe it was the interview with Heather, with you, Ms. Mistego.
What's the page of mine?
92?
And what line?
92, lines 23 to 25, and page 93,
Okay,
top.
sure.
Okay. And Ms. Stagel tells you, with that said again, I'm real careful because I can't make any promises. But I'm also telling you that we want to be fair to you. We can get all the information, you know,
One
have a...
moment. the missing part in the middle. Yes.
Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to come forward here and see if I can refresh your memory. It's been well, in your case, it's been a couple of years perhaps.
I'm going to object on refreshing. I don't know what we're refreshing.
I don't know either. Is there something you don't remember, Mr. Austin?
Do you,
There was a question.
Mr. Austin, let me ask the question and then see if he remembers. Do you remember Ms. Stagel talking to you about what's going to happen if you come down to Los Angeles and what they want from you?
I remember her saying something along the lines of, you're going to have to be extradited first.
Okay? But my question to you was, if you remember, is did they tell you they had Monica Sementilli, and she's the one they wanted you to testify about? That they already knew about you and Baker?
I was informed that she was going to trial.
Okay.
So, to my knowledge, that meant she was either already in custody or out.
And they told you you wouldn't be you, where you were sitting there, without Monica.
Excuse me?
They told you you wouldn't be you without Monica. You know what that means?
What do you mean?
There wouldn't be a you without Monica, so we believe you that you got brought into this. We do believe you. That's what they said to you, right?
Yes.
I think everyone believed you. This is how, what you intended.
This is hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Did they tell you they already had an understanding and the truth, what you've already told about your role to the detectives, right?
Yes, sir.
But what they didn't have in your mind was information about Monica Sementilli, insurance, or anything else related to that. You knew that's what your bargaining chip was going to be to get your deal when you came to Los Angeles. Isn't that right?
That is not right.
Well, why did you want to come to Los Angeles then after speaking to everyone in Vancouver?
Objection. Assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
You come to Los Angeles then, and you realize, Mr. Austin, that at the time you came to Los Angeles, you had already confessed to killing Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had confessed to doing it in a plan with Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong, correct?
I don't think I recall confessing any plan.
You didn't discuss any plans?
Not in full detail. I don't believe I did.
Why not? Let me answer that for you if I can, because you wanted a deal first.
Objection, no question pending.
Sustained.
Did you want a deal first with your attorney in Los Angeles before you would give them any details, including the involvement of Monica Sementilli? Isn't that a true statement?
I wanted to go home. There was no guarantee that a deal was even going to be allowed after what I said.
Correct. But you wanted to go home from Vancouver, correct? Originally.
I wanted to go home, period.
Okay. And did they send you home from Vancouver?
No, sir.
And you said you didn't tell them the whole truth in Vancouver because you didn't have an attorney, right?
Yes, sir.
And you needed the attorney to make a deal so you could go home in exchange for your information, correct?
I was hopeful that an attorney would give me proper counsel on how to deal with the situation based on what I put myself into and what I
Okay.
got dragged into.
Based on what you have been dragged into, which was the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Right? Am I wrong?
Yes, sir.
I'm wrong or right?
That is correct, sir. You're
That is
right.
correct. And it was after, over and over and over again, in talking to the Perkins person and to the police, that it was, you've got to make a deal. If you don't make a deal, you've got to give him that bitch. If you don't give him that bitch, you ain't going to see your child again. Isn't that what you were told by someone you thought was another inmate, but turned out to be an officer. Isn't that what he told you?
That's what he said.
And over again, without going through it, you said, I'm going to give them whatever they want. Just tell me what you need and I'll give it to you. Didn't you say that over and over again?
Objection assumes fact on the evidence and the state's testimony.
So ordered on those grounds.
Mr. Austin?
Yes, sir.
Did you mean it? That you were going to give them whatever they needed to get out of there and get home?
When I said that, I meant I was going to give them the truth of everything that I knew that I could recall from that day.
Okay, but you weren't telling the truth you're saying and recalling anything while you were up there.
No.
Counsel.
Okay.
Court.
So, all that depended on your attorney down here, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
So you meet with Mr. Aval and you have the proffer, correct?
Objection cumulative.
I'll allow that.
Yes, sir.
And they tell you, I think it was Ms. Silverman, that they're not obligated to do anything for you until they hear what you say and evaluate what you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they tell you it has got to be valuable to them. They've got to be able to use it in their case, or it's not valuable to them and you're not going to get any deal, right?
That was no guarantee that anything that I had to say was going to be valuable at all. I told them the truth.
But you knew it had to be valuable. They told you that, right?
That's
You
what
want me
was
to
said.
quote from?
That's what was said, I believe. Yes.
Okay. What did you think it meant when they said, what you tell us has to be valuable to our case?
Is that the question?
Yes. What was going through your mind with your attorney there? Whatever conversations you had, I don't want the details, but what did it mean to you, after discussing it with your attorney, that what you gave them had to be valuable to their case, beyond what you'd already said? You'd already confessed to the murder and copped out on Baker. So what do you think they needed that was valuable?
They needed me to go back as far as my memory would allow me to and remember any details and tell them what I could remember
About Monica.
about the entire situation.
Well, you had already discussed the entire situation with them down up in Vancouver, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Sustained.
You were told by Miss Stagel, because we know we've got one other person to try, and that's Monica. And you know there wouldn't be you without Monica.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And then they began asking you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were answering those questions, right?
Yes, sir.
They asked you about gold coins. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember what you told them?
I,
Well, I'm just asking now if you remember what you told them.
that I was given a row of gold coins.
All right. Was that the truth?
Yes.
Okay. You remember where they came from?
Yes, sir.
Where'd they come from?
Baker handed them to me when he dropped me off at the bus station.
Okay. Had you ever seen him with the gold coins before?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if he got them from Fabio's house or anywhere else, do you?
I know what I was told.
You know what you were told?
Yes, sir.
By who?
By Baker.
When did he tell you that?
When he put the coins in my pocket, he said, "Tell him you got them from me. If anybody asks, tell him you got them from me. They're from the safe."
Okay, well, I want you to read what you said here on page 172 to refresh your memory before I impeach him. I think that's the proper...
No?
I'm going to object to that.
He doesn't need his memory refreshed. You want?
Oh, okay. Didn't you tell... Thank you, Your Honor. Didn't you tell them... I don't know where they came from. Question, so you don't know where they came from? Answer, no, I don't. Question, have you ever seen them with gold coins before? Because that's kind of an odd thing to be making payments in. You said no. Okay, so you don't know if you got them from Fabio's house. You say, but now that you're saying it, maybe, yeah, probably got them from Fabio's house and I was wrong. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So, did they remind you that maybe you got them from Fabio's house?
I think they was encouraging me to tell them.
Pardon?
I think they was encouraging me to tell them the full truth,
The prosecutors were encouraging you to tell them.
the truth.
Well, they didn't say the truth. They just told you maybe you got them from the house. Isn't it true? And you said, I just remembered, yeah, I did, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you just remember that you did?
No.
You didn't know before that question where you got the gold coins from?
I know what I was told to say, and during that time, I was still trying to regurgitate what I was told to say.
Okay.
But it's my understanding that I believe Baker got them from the safe.
And your understanding from who?
Baker got them from the safe.
How'd you know that?
He,
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this question.
when I got dropped off at the airport, he put coins in my pocket. If anybody asks, tell them you got them from me. I had regurgitated that to tell them, but I had never actually seen Baker collect any gold coins. And then I had remembered that he said he's going to get her to leave the safe open, or she's going to leave the safe open, or he knew the code, something along those lines. And that's when I remembered that he more than likely got them from the safe. It was a roll of gold coins in a stack.
That's what you remember?
That's what I'm telling you.
Why didn't you tell it to them when they asked you originally, where did you get the gold coins
They
from?
were trying to get me there. Listen, that happened a long time ago.
Okay. You asked if you've ever seen him with gold coins before. That's an odd kind of way of making payments, and you said no. Right? Before that, you said you don't know where they came from. Then they say, so you don't know if you got them from the safe, from his house? And you say, but now that you're saying it, yeah, I probably got them from Fabio's house, and I was wrong. Remember that?
I told them I was wrong. Yes,
And you told them you were wrong because
I was wrong.
they were making it clear to you that just
I
saying you
was
got
wrong.
him from, hold on, just getting him from Baker wasn't enough. They wanted you to say it came from Fabio's house, and you told them that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, previously you had said that there was no discussion of you getting any money until the day of the incident, right? Remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the truth?
No, sir.
Previously you had said that you had gone up there to rough him up. Was that the truth?
Counsel, you've been through it.
some information we may know, but we don't know for sure. We see the value that you've added. We'll see.
Objection.
You put it that way.
I'm sorry?
Hearsay and cumulative.
Sustained.
You've added value, that goes a long way. Again, not a
Same
promise,
objection.
but it does.
Sustained.
Mr. Austin, let me go on to another few points here, okay? Did you previously say before your testimony today that the insurance came up in conversations with Baker prior to flying to LA, that you were to receive insurance money?
I knew it.
I'll allow this question.
I knew it was going to be involved in some way, shape, or form.
Prior to leaving to go to LA. Right? Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
That's when you were told about the possibility of getting some insurance money, correct?
He said some money, but yeah.
That's correct, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long was it before you left for LA? Same day or on the flight or before or what?
What are you asking me?
Well, before you left for LA, you knew you were coming down to LA, right?
Yes, sir.
He told you that, what, a week before or 2 weeks before? Was your birthday?
He asked me to fly down on my birthday weekend.
Okay. And that's when he told you about the insurance money. Right? What I just read you.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you've testified here and yesterday, that you found out then about the insurance money when you were flying down to LA.
So objection cumulative then.
Sustained.
And then you came to LA, and then, as you said, you were paid with the gold coins,
Objection
right?
cumulative.
It's just, did you ever get any other money from Mr. Baker?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever get anything else other than those gold coins?
I did.
You did? What?
A mental complex of suicidal ideation.
What?
A mental complex of suicidal ideation.
A mental complex to suicide ideation? I didn't understand that.
I was suicidal after that.
And? Oh, you're saying that's what you got out of it?
Yeah, that's what I got out of it.
Okay. You testified to that yesterday, and you've told us how horrible you felt about all this. And you were going to commit suicide and all the rest, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you didn't commit suicide. Obviously, you spent the money on the coins, and obviously, you never turned in your co-conspirators. You say we're your co-conspirators until you met with your lawyer here in Los Angeles. Isn't that right?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you remember something happening as you were driving up the driveway or running up the driveway to get to the Sementilli house? Do you remember that? Something about having to hurry?
I don't understand.
Okay, you run up the driveway, as we saw in the video, with your mask and hoodie and covered up with Mr. Baker running up the street to get to the house, right?
Yes, sir.
and you go right to the front door and get into the house, and that's when it's 1, 2, 3, go, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Baker say anything to you about why you had to hurry to do this?
Objection to the order.
I'll allow this.
He said we only have a small window.
You said you had a small window. Did he tell you why you had a small window?
Objection to the order.
Sustained.
Did he?
Objection.
Sorry, I sustained the objection.
Oh, it's the same. Did he tell you at that time that Monica was at Target and she would be coming home and you had to finish that before she got home?
Said she was at the store.
At the store. He didn't say Target.
He said this prior to us even going.
Okay, and he said she was at the store and you had to get this done before she got back from the store, right?
She's gonna go to the store. We only have a small window. We have to go now. Put this on. We went. He put me in the trunk. He drove there. I was in the trunk for a little bit. He opened the trunk.
I
He
understand,
ran up the
Mr.
hill.
Austin.
He said, "You with me?" And I didn't say anything. And he started jogging, and I would lag behind him. Then when we got to the house, he said he should be on the patio. The front door was open, and that's when everything happened.
Okay, you told us that before. I appreciate that. My question is, he had told you sometime while you were jogging up or in the car or when you got there, you had a small window because she was at a store, correct?
Yes.
Well, if she was in on the conspiracy, why couldn't she just have waited at the store longer and given you time to leave?
Objection. Stipulation.
Sustained.
Mr. Austin, you were also told as part of your negotiations with the district attorney's office through your attorney, Mr. Aval, you understand he was the one going to be talking to the district attorney's office about a deal after you had your proffer, correct?
Yes, sir.
But while you were there, were you told that if any disposition is offered to you, it'll be, assuming one is, it'll be contingent upon you testifying at any and all court proceedings, whether trial motions and as many individuals are as involved in the conspiracy as we're able to verify and put together. You understand that? They asked you that. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
In other words, you were naming throughout your interview that someone who was conspiring with you and Mr. Baker to kill Fabio Sementilli was Alfred Birdsong, right?
Say that again, please.
Didn't you tell them, without going through all the transcripts, that every time there were conversations between you and Birdsong, you and Baker, they were usually three-way conversations, and Birdsong was on the other end, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was intimately involved in the planning of this murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Sementilli was never on those calls, was she?
Objection to order.
Sustained.
And you never met her at all in Las Vegas in July, as previously stated. Isn't that correct?
Objection to order.
Sustained.
So any three-way calls were always just between you and Baker and Birdsong, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When they advised you about having to testify in any other proceedings, was that explained to you by Mr. Aval, or did the prosecution explain to you what that meant?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Let me read the language again.
Counsel, what page?
I'm sorry, it's page 48 of the proffer, number 1, lines 10 to 18.
Wait a second. Line what?
10 to 18?
This is objection. I'm going to object to cumulative again.
I love this.
May I show it to him? Forget the underlining. Could you read to yourself line 10? If you want, you can start at line 9.
This,
I'm sorry.
I don't think what we're saying. This is the best way to well, that's page 40.
If I said 51, I'm sorry. I thought I said page 48. Do you want to read it back? No, you got it now?
I'm still objecting this cumulative, but
I already ruled.
All right, Mr. Austin. Let's try it again. Can you read, why don't you read from lines 8 to 18 to yourself? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting it.
It's okay.
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to what you were told by the prosecutors on the first day of the proffer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to read it verbatim. If it's okay, I'm going to ask you, did they tell you, well, before then, you said you're trying to remember, and they said, you said, I'm trying to remember, so forgive me. You were talking about other things, correct?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
So throughout your proffer, you forgot things, and they reminded you, and then you said, I'm trying to remember. Right? That a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Were you trying to remember what they wanted you to say?
No, sir.
Okay. So let's go to this. No, there's nothing to forgive. There's no apology needed. I just wanted to put that on the record.
I'm going to object to reading.
Now, obviously it was done before.
I'll also want to put on the record, since we're getting into it now, other individuals besides Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, that if any disposition is offered to you, you know that means a plea negotiation, a deal, right?
Yes, sir.
If any disposition is offered to you, it will be assuming a disposition is offered, so you knew it didn't have to be, right?
Yes, sir.
It will be contingent upon you testifying at any and all court proceedings, whether it's trial, motions, on as many individuals as are involved in the conspiracy that we're able to verify and put together. You understand that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you understand that? What did you understand that to mean?
That they were going to ask about other names.
Like Mr. Birdsong?
That was one of them.
Well, he was the one who was involved in the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli along with you and Robert Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you tell them throughout your proffer on 2 days that he was in on all the phone calls, he was in on the planning, correct?
I told them, I believe I remember hearing him on the three-way calls. Yes, sir.
He was telling you about whether you should use a knife or a gun, remember?
That was a conversation amongst Baker and Birdsong that I was in.
And you?
Yes.
And how to do it quickly and whether you could do it quickly, remember?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
So you understand then that if Mr. Birdsong is ever here, which he's not, you may be called to testify against him like you've been called to testify against Ms. Sementilli. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
But with Mr. Birdsong, you never left anything out when you were talking about him to the detectives or anyone else. You told them the whole truth from the beginning, right?
No, they asked me if I knew who that was, and I told them yes.
And they asked you more questions about him, correct?
I told them that he knew about it. Yes.
Well, I'm not going to go through everything I just said. You told him that he was part of the three-way calls when you were discussing with Baker how to do it. He was part of the planning. He was part of everything, right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And even after the murder, he kept in touch with you. Isn't that right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And again, you don't see him here in court, do you?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
This is a couple more things and we'll be done, at least on this end, Mr. Austin. What is your state of mind now? What is your testimony now, as you've given it yesterday? Well, let me ask you, is it still that you met Monica Sementilli at LA Fitness in July of 2016?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Well, I'd like to, that's just foundational.
Counsel, get to whatever question you want to ask.
And that you met her at LA Fitness in July of last year.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Did you testify or state in the proffer, were you asked, and when, I'm sorry, this is page 60, lines 13 to 24.
I would object. Counsel's going to read this. It's already been asked and answered.
I don't know what it is.
This is from the proffer. I'm asking if you told them, or you were asked when you first met Monica prior to the murder, for the first time at LA Fitness, and didn't you tell them it was 4 or 5 months before the murder, September or October of 2016? Didn't you say that?
Yes, sir.
So at some point in September or October of 2016, you went to LA Fitness with Rob, and you met Monica there in person, correct?
That's what I remembered.
That was the first time you'd met her.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
So you didn't meet her in July at the Aria Hotel in 2016, did you?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
I can just have 1 minute, Your Honor, and maybe we can wrap this up. Is it a fair statement, Mr. Austin, and you've testified in this courtroom that you previously lied to the DA in Vancouver, correct?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
You lied to the DA and the detectives in the Perkins, correct?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And now you're lying when you say that Monica Sementilli was involved in the planning and the murder of Mr. Sementilli. You're lying about that to get a deal. Isn't that true?
No, sir, it is not.
And that deal, just so we're clear, is a plea to second-degree murder, correct?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
But I just want to ask, Your Honor, you understand when you made this deal that if they didn't agree, that you not only would not get the deal, but you could be charged with first-degree murder as well. You understood that?
Objection, assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
So you made the statements that we've gone through here today. You understood they had to be valuable to the prosecution, and then what happened? Did they offer you a deal right away?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
They had to go away and come back and then offer this deal to you that we've gone through several times, correct?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And if you didn't take that deal, the consequences would be as we just discussed, correct?
Objection, assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
But, and I'll be done, Your Honor, but you understand that what the deal was based on is you testifying in court to what you testified to eventually in the proffer. Isn't that right?
Objection, again, assumes facts on evidence and states the testimony.
Sustained.
Do you really believe if you got up here and said, no, she wasn't involved and that's the truth, that somehow the judge would believe you and you go home?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You knew you had to say that she was involved, that she got money. You had to. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Are you charged with, in this, what you pled to, with financial gain? Getting a financial gain from the murder? They dropped that, didn't they?
Objection, assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
Well, the charge that you pled with was second-degree murder with use of a knife, I believe.
Objection,
It's,
cumulative.
it's an exhibit.
Cumulative.
There's nothing
I'll allow
in
this.
there.
I'll allow this.
There's nothing in there about financial gain, is there?
No, sir.
And you ended up getting as much financial gain as Mr. Baker did, didn't you?
Objection, assumes facts on evidence and argument.
Sustained on the second ground.
Do you know why you're not charged with financial gain?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
That was part of the deal, that you would not be charged with that. Isn't that true?
Objection, speculation, assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained on both.
Thank you very much for your patience, Your Honor.
Will there be any recross?
That will.
All right.
Yes.
We're going to take our morning recess at this time. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes. I'd like to have counsel remain momentarily, please.
Mr. Austin, I have a brief redirect of you. In Washington, when you were up there, we talked about that at length, October of 2024. Just to be clear, when Detective Farrell first came to your cell to talk to you, he actually didn't bring up the name Monica to you then, right?
I believe he said woman.
In fact, he said a lady. We have your uncle and a lady in custody, right?
Yes.
So when you talked to your cellmate, who you believed to be a cellmate but was an undercover agent, you knew who the lady was, even though they didn't tell you Monica Sementilli. You knew who the lady was at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you continued some of the conversations that we talked about yesterday when you spoke with your cellmate. You were referencing the defendant, and that's before anyone said her name. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, when you were up there at that time, when we were in Vancouver, again, not going through it, you asked to speak to me, but I know there's a lot of questions about it. You did repeatedly ask, said you wanted to go home and you wanted to see your girls. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home?
No, ma'am.
Did you see your girls?
No, ma'am.
Well, you saw your wife at the station briefly, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, defense counsel went through a couple different transcript excerpts with you when you were asking for a deal. And you did state words to the effect of, you wanted to go home, what kind of deal. And page 84, and this is what defense counsel went through before.
Line, please.
19. I said to you, I can't make you any promises or deals either today, but I can at least, just so you know that, do you want to think about it? That was at the beginning of our conversation when I spoke with you, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, you had already interviewed with the detectives at length, and you'd been in the cell with your undercover agent for hours. It was the end of the day when all the interviews were over and you were done in the cell that you asked to speak to me. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask to speak to me because at that point you still were very stressed out, you wanted to see your family, you've been taken out of your car, and you were trying to see through me if I could help you with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked me if you were being charged.
Yes, ma'am.
And we went on later in that conversation, and I told you again that yes, you are going to be charged.
Yes, ma'am.
During any of this time then, when you were asking if there's a deal, did myself or the detectives ever say, we need you to come to Los Angeles and testify against Monica Sementilli and tell us everything that she did? Did we ever say anything like that to you?
No, ma'am.
Did we ever make any promises to you that if you testify against Monica Sementilli, we'll give you a certain deal or you'll get to go home, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
In fact, the majority of the interview, was it even focused on Monica Sementilli, or was it focused on your role in what you did?
It is.
Defense counsel also asked you about wanting to go to LA. Did you ask to go to Los Angeles?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a choice?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, did you ask me, am I being, the word was extradited, am I being extradited there? And I told you, yes, you are, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember asking if you could stay in Washington and do it virtual?
I do.
And you were told no, that you're going to LA and you're going to be charged.
Yes, ma'am.
When defense counsel asked you about testifying, there is one time that you asked me about testifying. And I told you, I don't know. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
We never talked, you or the detectives or myself, about testifying while we were in Washington. We never talked about that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Just touching on those gold coins, and I don't want to go back through it though. You testified where you saw them from. When Baker came to the car, he had a pillowcase you testified to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if those coins were in the pillowcase?
I did not.
Do you remember anything about that pillowcase? What color it was? Anything?
Like a tealish green? Not really. It wasn't a bright color.
Okay. But on that same drive then, when he came to the car with the pillowcase with items in it, that same course of action is when he gave you those cold coins and told you where he got them from the safe. Is that accurate?
When he got in the car?
Yes.
He just got in the car with a pillowcase.
And then he gave you the coins at what point again?
When he dropped me off at the bus station.
Okay. And that's when he told you where they came from?
He told me to tell him they came from, if anybody asks, tell them they came from me. These come from the safe.
And on a final note, I know everyone likes that word, final. On a final note, the proffer, defense counsel talked to you about the proffer that you did in Los Angeles when you spoke to the detectives as well as the prosecutors. And do you recall, and defense counsel pointed to some transcripts, and it's the proffer, part 1, which is day 1, page 7, line 1. As your attorney has indicated, this is Ms. Silverman speaking to you, there are no promises. There are no offers on the table at this time. Based on what you tell us today, the value of that information, whether or not the information that you provide to us can be corroborated or verified by other sources, all that will come into play. The term corroborated was used. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Silverman went on page 7, line 12 to say, at that point, assuming that you provide information that we are able is truthful, that is valuable in some manner, and that can be verified, then and only then may the district attorney's office engage in some type of plea negotiation with your lawyer. So it wasn't just based on your testimony. You were told your testimony, if it has value, but independently, if we can verify it, that's when we will start a possible negotiation with your attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that how you understood the proffer to occur, that your role was to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Yes. Who was going to decide if it was verified?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When they said if it's verified and if it's valuable, you understood that these two district attorneys, deputy district attorneys, were going to be the ones to decide if it was verifiable and if it was valuable, correct?
Objection, speculation, and assumes facts and evidence.
Sustained.
And you understood that the only thing you had to add to what you said up north is that Monica Sementilli was involved. That's the only thing you had to add. And if you added that, you were going to get a deal. You understood that, didn't you?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. I'm sorry, is there any questions?
I'm sorry, I was.
That's sustained.
Mr. Austin, is it your testimony that in October of last year, before the police came to you, that you did not know the name Monica Sementilli?
Objection, cumulative.
I'll allow this one question.
That I did not know.
Right. I asked you questions about, didn't they tell you it was Monica and so forth, and the DA just said, well, they didn't mention Monica's name, so I'm asking you, did you know Monica Sementilli was involved in the prosecution of this case when you met with the police in October of last year?
I knew she was involved. I did not know her name.
Well, let me remind you, Mr.
Well, I'm going to object to the start of that question.
I'm going to hear the question.
Isn't it true that following your returning to San Francisco, Alaska, or sometime after the murder took place, you spoke with Mr. Baker on the phone? Right? Three-way call. Right?
Objection cumulative.
I'll allow this.
Are you asking me when I got back to Alaska?
Anytime after the murder.
I spoke to him on the phone.
And how long was that after the murder?
I called him as soon as I landed.
Okay. What'd you talk about?
I landed.
That's it?
That's it.
You didn't talk about Monica?
I landed.
And you spoke with Mr. Birdsong several times after the murder and before October of last year, correct?
Objection cumulative and beyond scope.
I'll allow this.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Between the time of the murder and October 2nd of last year, when you were brought up, or you were arrested in Vancouver and questioned by the police and the Perkins guy and the Stagel and so forth, had you spoken to Mr. Birdsong?
Prior to my arrest?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to him many times, correct?
Yes, sir.
About being safe and what to do and so forth and stay out of trouble and all sorts of advice, correct?
Yes, sir.
He didn't tell you that Monica Sementilli had been arrested along with Mr. Baker?
I found that out a while ago,
What's a while ago?
shortly after they were arrested.
And they were arrested in 2017, correct?
I get a few months, yes.
So by the time you got up to Vancouver, they didn't have to tell you that Monica was the only one not convicted yet or was on trial. You knew that.
Objection vague is the time.
So ruled.
I didn't know anything. I didn't pay attention to anything.
You did not know by October of 2024 that Monica Sementilli had been arrested with Mr. Baker and was facing trial here in Los Angeles for 7 years? You didn't know that?
I found that out after I was arrested, but I knew she was arrested prior.
Mr. Birdsong never spoke to you at all about Monica Sementilli?
Objection
Between-
hearsay.
One moment.
Between June of 2017 until you were arrested in 2024, he never spoke to you at all about Monica Sementilli?
I was told,
My question is, did he ever speak to you? It's non-responsive.
It's not responsive, counsel.
It's a yes or no. Did he speak to you about Monica Sementilli having been arrested with Mr. Baker and facing prosecution for murder?
the name never came up.
The name never came up.
Hey, they were arrested.
I'm sorry,
Hey, they were arrested.
but he never mentioned Monica.
Just so I'm clear, your question is, did Mr. Birdsong ever mention the name Monica?
Yeah, before October 24th, 2024, did you know that it was Monica Sementilli who was being charged with Robert Baker?
I think the question to you is that your question? Did he mention the name Monica?
All right, let's start with that.
He did not mention the name. The words were, I believe, hey, they were arrested.
But he talked to you, according to you, in recorded conversations, he spoke to you many times between the arrest and October 2024, didn't he? Birdsong?
Yes.
He called you all the time.
That's a little vague. What is your
Well-
definition of all the time?
He called you often to check in on you.
Yes.
And you're telling this court and the jury that in October of 2024, you still didn't know that her name was Monica.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Anything further? Other people?
So yes, Mr. Birdsong, based on defense's questions, Mr. Birdsong, when you did talk to him, he referred to them as they got arrested, right?
Yes.
And during this phone call that Mr. Birdsong had with you, he was upset and told you he was very upset because she was letting Baker take the blame for everything.
One moment.
This is hearsay, non-responsive, and it's going beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, did Mr. Birdsong tell you he was upset about how the case was
Objection.
unfolding?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
We opened it up, okay.
No, counsel.
Anything further?
No.
Any further?
Just want to ask him if you know that all your statements to the police and everyone that's interviewed you in this case have all been tape recorded. You know?
sir, that's beyond the scope.
Okay. But I would make a request concerning his availability following today's testimony.
he'll be available.
Okay. So not to be excused then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess or set up the program for the next witness. And I mean short, like about 2 minutes. So the edit supplies. See you back here soon. Turned. Thank you for your patience. People may call the next witness.
Thank you. You can call Syray.
All right, ready to right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, can you please say and spell your first and last name?
It's Cy, S-Y, last name of Ray, R-A-Y.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
I am self-employed as a consultant, primarily consulting on criminal cases as it pertains to criminal investigation methodologies and tactics, as well as geolocation involving mobile devices.
And do you testify for both and take cases for both the prosecution and the defense?
About 99.9% prosecution and that 0.1% defense.
How did you get involved in the area of criminal investigations and tactics and geolocation data?
Actually started in law enforcement. I started my law enforcement career in '95 as a reserve patrol officer. Became certified through the state of Arizona in 1996. Started with a pretty small agency, SHOLO, S-H-O-W, space L-O-W. Police department, and I stayed there until '99. In 1999, I transferred to a larger department, the Gilbert Police Department, which is a suburb of Phoenix. I worked primarily in an investigations role at Gilbert. I started in child crimes and sex crimes, eventually moved into robbery and homicide, ultimately becoming the sergeant and the supervisor over the robbery and homicide unit. I was with Gilbert PD until 2014, and in 2014, I actually started a company that provides law enforcement with both training and software to map and analyze cell phone records.
And what company was that?
Name of the company was ZETX, Z-E-T-X.
And in terms of providing that cellular mapping and geolocation data to law enforcement agencies, did you build a software program in order to do that?
I did. It started through a lot of training and experience going back to my law enforcement days. The first time I worked with cell phone records was in 1997, where I actually got a set of phone records from AT&T and incorporated them into a criminal investigation. If you kind of think about that timeline, 95 to 2014, my career just happened to align with cell phone technology. So it was pretty obvious early on how cell phones can be used in criminal investigations, and just kind of timed my career with that very well. In the early 2000s, I began receiving training. Back then it was directly from the cell phone carriers, so Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. And I started working almost complete. Every investigation I did, we included some type of cell phone analysis with it. That merged into cell phone tracking, of actually going out in the field and finding cell phones. Our agency had purchased very sophisticated, very expensive equipment that would allow us to go into the field and physically find a phone. Like, we know it's in this house, in this particular bedroom. In order to do that, I received an incredible amount of training both in radio frequency technology, network technology, and analyzing cell phone records. Because our agency was very progressive in doing this, I had a lot of success with early cases that other agencies would call and ask for training. And I started teaching this subject matter in 2007. In 2010, I had kind of developed somewhat of a name for both the company and myself. I'm still a police officer at the time, and I was actually asked to go over to Afghanistan to do some work in Afghanistan, kind of in the same field, more on the criminal investigation side, but also exploiting cellular devices. So I took a leave of absence, came back in 2011, and at that point went back to our police department, pretty much spent the rest of my time at the police department just tracking phones. That was my entire job. When I started in '95, if we got a set of phone records with a dozen phone calls, that was quite a bit back then. By 2012, 2013, if we got a set of phone records for a 24-hour period, we could have several thousand connections. So the volume of these records had dramatically increased. And there wasn't a software or any type of an analytical program that I felt was mapping the geolocation value where the phone could potentially be. So in 2013, I started writing a software program while I was still a police officer to use as a police officer. And this allowed me to analyze the records using the software program and then go out in the field and physically find the phone or find the person attached to the phone. So I had some ways to self-validate there. By 2014, I realized I was onto something. I had a lot of agencies asking to use this program. So at that point, I retired from law enforcement and started the company full-time. We continued the training. So we've trained to date probably 35,000 police officers, both in the United States and around the world. We built a lot of different databases that can help law enforcement in tracking cell phones, cell tower databases, other databases that allow law enforcement to take these very complex records, put them into the system, and make sense out of them, visualize them.
And after that, did you actually sell your company?
I did. In 2021, our company was acquired by a much larger company by the name of LexisNexis, L-E-X-I-S-N-E-X-I-S.
And then did you stay with that company for a number of years in a particular director role?
I did. As part of the acquisition and some knowledge transfer, I was required to stay with them for 2 years. And at the time, I was a director analyzing different types of technology that could benefit the overall platform that they offered to law enforcement, as well as providing some guidance in that knowledge transfer of the ZEDX program.
What kind of a company is LexisNexis?
LexisNexis is a really big company. So there's different departments. Everybody's probably seen the Save 15 Minutes on your car insurance. When you put all your information into that Geico app, it runs your data through LexisNexis servers that basically verify who you are, what your history is, and that's how they know how to provide you with some type of a bid because they know who you are. So think of them as a very, very large clearinghouse for public data. They also offer a number of tools specifically for law enforcement for investigations. They're about 30,000 employees in size, so it is a very large corporation.
I apologize.
LexisNexis also provides various forms of databases, materials, and assistance for the legal profession as well, correct?
Sustained.
All right. So they involve, you said they're involved with global information analytics and things of that nature.
They're owned by a company out of the UK that's more on a global scale, but LexisNexis predominantly is a US-based company providing US-based services.
Okay. So with respect to all of the information you've provided us on your expertise, have you also testified as a subject matter expert in these areas on numerous occasions?
I have. I've testified as an expert probably just a little over 100 times now. That's in both state and federal courts throughout the United States, probably 25, 26 different states, to include multiple places in California as well as LA County.
Okay. And based on all of the information you gave us, what is it that you start out by looking at when you take on a case?
As it pertains to the cell phone data, there's a lot of talk that people will hear about extractions and the physical examination of the phone. What I specialize is more of the phone records that are kept and maintained by the carrier, AT&T, Sprint, Verizon. So we will get as large of a data set as we can possibly get, and what I mean by large is the date range. We like to get 6 months to a year, and we'll literally map all of those connections, and sometimes it can be hundreds of thousands of connections. The software that I built allows us to essentially hit a play button, and we can watch every cell tower that phone connects to over a course of time. And what we will start to see is a pattern developing of maybe somebody going to work Monday through Friday. When they sleep at night, the phone is always in the same place. If they go on vacation, if they take a day and go to the beach. So when I refer to pattern of life, that's the first step, is getting as much of the data as we can and then mapping it to understand a pattern of life. And a lot of times, I don't even want to know about the case at that point. A lot of times, investigators can get tunnel vision, that they look for a specific day.
Objection and accident non-responsive.
So ruled.
They'll look at a specific day, so in this case, January 23rd, when the pattern over the last year is really more relevant than the day itself. So it's really important to understand that pattern of life. A really good example of that is, you could be looking at a bank robbery suspect who happens to be at the bank at the time of the crime. But if I look at 6 months worth of data, he's there every week because he works across the street. That's pattern of life and how it could impact a criminal investigation.
Tell us a little bit about your training and experience regarding the technology of cellular networks, which you just started to mention, as well as the specific type of data that you talked about that you're interested in, and what is mapping of that data.
So when I first started, there wasn't training available. I started a lot of the training that started in the United States when I started teaching this in 2005, 2006. So my early training was from the network engineers with the providers. So I would work with network engineers from AT&T or Verizon or Sprint, whoever I was working with. When our agency, purchased that equipment to track cell phones, then I started working with radio frequency engineers to better understand the network, and that's where I received the training at that point. And ultimately what this training entails is the ability to look at cell phone records, see how a phone is connecting to a cell site, potentially what side of that cell site, and then be able to form some type of estimation of how far away that device could be from that cell site. And by understanding and analyzing that, when I say mapping, it gives us the ability to look at these individual connections and have a rough idea of the geographical location that device is in at a particular time. So over time, as we animate this, we can see movements.
So do you actually have databases based on your training with the actual engineers from the cell phone companies that goes back for a period of time?
We do. That was something that was very unique to the ZX platform, is we support every type of record the phone companies in the United States provide to law enforcement, regardless what it is. So we're intimately familiar with the type of records out there. The whole selling point to this program is any detective or officer could get any type of record from a carrier, drag and drop it into our system, and our system would be able to automatically analyze it. So we had to create software that would support all of the different record types. To date, that system has mapped well over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We have databases with literally hundreds of millions of connections, and we use that to better understand what we're seeing in the records, how we can improve our products, understanding and estimating the distances I was talking about before. It's all used to continue to perfect the product.
And you also said that you began training others somewhere around 2005, 2006. Was that within the law enforcement community in order to assist them with their investigations?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ruled.
Yes, I was getting more and more requests from other agencies to explain how our agency was showing some success with this type of an investigation. So I created a 3-day class that later turned into a 5-day class. That's the class that, between presentations I've given and the actual students attending the class, like I said, probably 35,000 law enforcement. But it's not just law enforcement. We provide classes and have provided classes to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, as well as defense experts.
In terms of that instruction, do you also provide expertise, as you mentioned, to law enforcement or defense counsel or defense experts in cellular tracking and data analysis?
Yeah, very commonly after somebody attends any type of a course or a presentation, I almost always will get half a dozen or a dozen requests immediately following to help them with cases. I would say over the last 10 to 15 years, I've consulted on thousands of cases across the United States, both for defense and prosecution. This is probably a really good example. I provided a training course for the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, and in doing so, I ended up with this case. So that would be essentially how I got involved on this particular case.
Okay. And have you also published, or has your work been published in various sources?
We have, and when I say work, there's a couple different ways we can look at that. Obviously, I've testified a number of times. My casework and my testimony has been published for a number of different reasons. It's actually pretty easy to Google. Additionally, we've had some white papers written both on other people critiquing and looking at our program, as well as individuals endorsing the program. So we've had both scientific papers written, as well as we have gone to great lengths to publish our methodologies, as well as the algorithms and formulas we use within the software, right down to actually putting it on YouTube as a training video.
When you talk about white papers for individuals who are not in the scientific arena, what is a white paper?
Typically, a white paper is where a third party will come in and look at some type of a scientific process, and they will evaluate it based on a matter of different things, depending on what their goal is. We've had that done both for somebody who corroborated the way, and we've had that done with people critiquing the way. We've also had a professor, I believe with Purdue, evaluate the program and include it in a book that he wrote. So we've got several publications that have to do with the performance and the reliability of the program.
All right. Now, were you asked to evaluate evidence in this case regarding the defendant, her prior co-defendant, Robert Baker, and more recently another individual by the name of Christopher Austin?
I was.
And approximately when did you begin work on this case?
In February of 2020.
Okay. Could you tell us what exactly you did when you started out?
The first thing I'll do is ask for as much data as I can get, kind of what I explained earlier. I'm going to refer to some notes I have here just because there's a lot of phone numbers and I don't want to transpose numbers. So in this particular case today, looking at the defendant's phone records that were available, looking at the victim's phone records, looking at Mr. Baker's phone records, eventually incorporating Mr. Austin's phone records into that, looking at another individual known as Mr. Birdsong's records, as well as a number of other phones. I want to say there was 25 different devices that had some type of phone records that had been obtained. There's over 40 different phone records, so some of those devices have multiple sets of records. I want to say 200,000 locations that I had to analyze through that. So the first part of this was just getting all of the location data, mapping it, and then going through that process of looking at patterns of life.
Okay. And within that 40 different sets of call detail records and the 25 different phones and the 200,000 plus mapped locations, were you also asked to look at the fact that the defendants in this case used multiple different phones, including burners, and that some of those phones were never recovered?
I am very well aware of that.
By looking at what you said, the analysis of the patterns of life or call patterns, were you also able to, by developing those call patterns, analyze the interactions between various individuals involved in this case?
I am. That's part of the pattern of life, is as we see the device moving around, what is it doing? Is it communicating with an individual? Is it communicating with multiple individuals? And at that stage, I start to incorporate the pattern of life with other known facts. I'll call it corroborative data. So that's when I'll reach out and ask whoever I'm working for surveillance video, for point of purchase sales, for any type of police reports. And I can start to go back and now piece together, hey, I'm seeing this phone go to Los Angeles International Airport on this day. What do you guys know about flights that day? And that's that corroborative data of starting to show the accuracy of the cell phones, but also why these phones are moving where they are.
Okay. When we talk about corroborative data, we're talking about, are you referring to other independent evidence that would confirm what you see, let's say, through the CDRs or your data analysis?
Yes, and that's not limited to any set types of data. Anything that could help us put a date, time, and a location together is what I want to look at. So these could be photos on a phone that was taken from an extract, financial records, an ATM withdrawal, a surveillance video somewhere, a purchase at Target. Anything that the investigation has revealed, I want to look at and be able to put it on the map. Something just to be really clear about with all of my testimony today, I can only testify to what the phone is doing. The big challenge in court is I can't always tell you who's using that phone. So that's why this corroborative data is so important, is can I start to match a pattern of life to a person based on that person's known spending habits and financial records and surveillance cameras and maybe vehicle movements. So that's why we look at the corroborative data.
Okay. To be able to potentially, from things such as surveillance video like we've seen in this case, be able to put the phone in someone's hands.
Literally.
Okay. You said that you reviewed numerous records. Did you review anything else? Including, let's say, cell phone extractions that you referred to.
I did. Cell phone extractions present some problems with geographical data. Sometimes it can be manipulated, sometimes it's not as accurate, but we still want to look at that. More importantly, we can start to see photos of certain events, messages of certain events. This would also include app interactions. So whether it's a cellular extract from a phone or potentially looking at somebody's cloud data. So iCloud, for example, if you have an iPhone, a lot of the interactions of your phone can be stored in the cloud. So in addition to the extract, we want to look at the iCloud account. And a lot of times we can glean what somebody is doing with their applications on their phone with that.
Okay. So those would all be, again, other independent means by which you could validate or corroborate or confirm what the CDRs or cell tower data might tell you.
Correct. At the end of the day, my testimony needs to be accurate. So my concern is coming in and testifying to just what I'm seeing in the phone records. I may be looking at the wrong phone. I may not be looking at the defendant's phone, even though it's in her name. So as much of this data that I can get to ensure that the phone records I'm testifying to is matching the person that we're talking about is extremely critical in these investigations.
All right. Did you look at phone records, including call detail records, for both the defendants? I'm sorry, for the as we talked about previously, the defendant, Monica Sementilli, and her prior co-defendant, Robert Baker.
Yes, Monica's phone, the primary one that I looked at was actually an AT&T phone, and I typically just refer to the last four to keep it short, but it ends in 4213.
And with respect to Mr. Baker, did you look at Sprint records regarding a cell phone number that ended in 1093?
I did.
Did you also look at Robert Baker's burner phone for communications that he had with Mr. Austin that ended in 2168?
Eventually. I didn't have those initially, but later on, as things started to get pieced together, yes, I also looked at those.
And did you look at phone records for Christopher Austin, his regular phone that ended in 7486?
I have.
And his burner phone that ended in 1929?
I have.
And again, did you review phone records for over 1 year period in order to try to establish, as you mentioned, a pattern of life and connections between individuals?
On what I'm going to refer to as the two primary phones, and that would be that of the defendants ending in 4213 and that of Robert Baker's ending in 1093. Some of the other data sets didn't have as much data. Some of them were missing tower information, so we can see dates and time and who's calling who, but it would be absent of tower information. But when we start looking at the analysis of over a year, it was specifically to those two phones that I performed the analysis on.
Okay. So the short answer would be yes as to the primary phones. Obviously, when we talk about burner phones, sometimes the whole point of a burner phone is you're using it for a shorter period of time.
Correct. The data sets are usually much smaller with those.
And why is that?
I should probably say it's kind of a false idea that a burner phone hides your identity. Your name isn't associated with the account necessarily, but it's very easy to find burner phones and who's using burner phones, so don't use burner phones. But typically when people think of a burner phone, it's a temporary solution to communicate to somebody else with this alleged thought of, I'm going to be anonymous. People aren't going to know it's me. Because it's typically done, in my experience, on a temporary thing, it's rare for us to see people use the same burner phone over a period of time. If for some reason somebody's engaged in some type of behavior that they think that anonymity is really important, we'll actually see them cycle through burner phones because they think that gives them even further anonymity. So every 3 weeks they're switching to a new phone, new number.
But if you have that, again, an individual who is cycling through multiple burner phones, could you also, again, be able to corroborate or validate a particular burner phone or number associated with a burner phone based on the fact that they're calling, again, the same individuals they've used on prior burners?
That pattern of life, when you take your burner phone home every night, it kind of makes it obvious where it goes every night. Surprisingly, we can actually get a lot of information on when and how the phone was purchased. With a little bit of work, it's easy to identify burner phones. And I don't want to say burner phones are just something we see with criminals. Burner phones are something you can use just to hide your interactions with your spouse or loved ones. So it's across the board. I hear a lot of times people say burner phones are associated with criminal activity, and it's not. The burner phone market is probably more to deceive your spouse than commit a crime. But they are out there. They're used on a very regular basis.
And when you were in law enforcement and throughout the years since regarding this field that you're in, have you found that people who commit crime or are planning crimes typically will use burner phones in order to hide and conceal their communications?
They will use burner phones. They're usually not very good at hiding and concealing those communications. But yes, the prevalence of burner phones in the course of committing criminal acts is fairly common.
Did you also review Viber records in this case regarding the defendant and Robert Baker?
I did. Viber is a app that you load on your phone. The value of Viber, at least as it pertains to this case, is it's an end-to-end encryption. And what that means is the content of the message, what I send you, it isn't being sent in its full content. It's being sent in an encrypted format. So those communications are protected. You can't actually decipher what the communication is unless you have the device that sent or received the message and has that encryption code. Viber itself doesn't even store the actual content on servers. It's only looking at the encrypted content, which technically Viber can't even unencrypt. So it's a way to communicate with people by hiding the content of what is being seen. We still see, I sent the prosecutor 6 messages, she sent me 5 messages, but we won't see what we're saying in those messages.
So, and also if an individual, let's say, were to delete the Viber application, would that also delete, as you said, unless you get the actual phones, the content of those messages?
It's overruled.
If I do not delete the content of my messages on my phone and law enforcement seizes that phone and they do an extraction, they would be able to access the content because they're getting it directly from the phone. If I delete all of that content prior to that, then law enforcement would not be able to access it. It just doesn't exist. I should probably throw a caveat just in case there's clarification later. You can also push that content to a cloud service, and in that case, where it may not be on the phone, it would be in the cloud. And it's rare, but we have seen that on occasion as well.
Not in this case, correct?
Not in this case.
And when, again, you were in law enforcement, have worked with law enforcement over the years, have you ever seen, based on your experience and expertise, where law enforcement's able to recover the content when Viber is utilized?
If it's not captured directly from the phone or from a cloud service, there is no other way to get this content. You can serve as many search warrants on Viber as you want. Viber doesn't store that content, so there's no way to get it through a third party if you're not getting it from the physical place that it's stored.
And with respect to another application, WhatsApp, is that a similar type of encrypted communications application?
Almost identical. Different names, different companies, but almost the exact same operating systems.
Okay. So therefore, the same things we talked about with respect to Viber would also apply to content with respect to WhatsApp?
That is correct.
All right. And in this case, did you determine that the defendant, along with Robert Baker, were using Viber to communicate prior to the murder?
In reviewing the Viber records that were provided to me, yes, a lot.
That, we'll get into that, that Viber was never used after the date of the murder. They suddenly stopped using Viber on January 23rd, after that date.
That is correct.
And that after that date, they switched to using this other encrypted application, that being WhatsApp.
That is correct.
Did you also look in this particular case at location information or data from cell towers and other sources?
Yeah, that would be what we were talking about earlier, looking at that pattern of life. Typically is going to come from cell tower connections.
Did you also look at, as we talked about, the cell phone extractions, but also surveillance videos and stills from surveillance video and other photographs?
I did. Both that were recovered from surveillance systems as well as pictures and videos recovered from the devices themselves.
Okay. Also, did you look at financial records?
I have.
Did you look at flight airline manifests and records?
I have.
Point of purchase records?
Yes.
What's a point of purchase?
I go to Target and buy some clothes. When I swipe my card at the kiosk there, it's the point of purchase. It's going to capture that on my card and give us a date, time, and amount.
So in other words, it would give you specific data like you would get perhaps from surveillance video or photographs, like metadata.
Correct. We get a specific location at a known date and time. We don't always get the time. In this case, we have some ATM transactions. We don't capture the time on ATM, just the date and the location. But it can still corroborate what we're seeing in the phone records.
Can you give us maybe like the Reader's Digest version of how you get location information from cell site records?
So when your phone is communicating to the network, and it can be a text message, a phone call, data, or just while you're sitting in court with it powered on, the phone companies maintain records of those connections. By us analyzing those connections, sometimes we might be looking at GPS data that's giving us a physical latitude, longitude with a range of accuracy. Sometimes we look at what's referred to as timing data, and that tells us how far the device is from a particular tower and what side of the tower the device is on. And then sometimes we just have tower connection. We know the device connected to a particular tower and has to be in range of that coverage area of that tower. So when we get these in the records, we can see up to thousands of connections per day of that type of data. We put it into a mapping software, and then we can go through and actually look at the movement of a device over time.
And does cell site records differ depending on the information that you glean from them, differ depending on if you're in, let's say, a rural area versus a an urban area such as Los Angeles?
Yeah, so what we're talking about there is what we refer to as tower density. The more dense the network, the more people that are in an area, more cell sites. As they put up more cell sites, those coverage areas get smaller. You move to a very rural location, those cell site locations get fewer, the coverage areas get much larger. Some examples in this case is, yes, Los Angeles is very dense. At LAX, though, we're going to see a much smaller footprint of coverage than we will in Woodland Hills. If we drive to Las Vegas, halfway between here and Vegas, very open, we may see coverage areas that are 10 to 20 times the size of what we see in Woodland Hills. There's also some records in this particular case that are along the Las Vegas Strip. Extremely small coverage areas because we're looking at some type of an antenna that's actually inside of a casino or inside of a building that just primarily covers that building.
And did you also include in your analysis information that would come, let's say, from drive test scanners?
We did. So part of building ZX, let me back up to what a drive test scanner is. A drive test scanner is very sophisticated radio frequency survey equipment that we deploy in the field. Think of it driving a big grid pattern through Los Angeles. It's capturing all of the signals, the signal strength, the signal quality of all of the cell sites in the area. That allows us to do a forensic examination of that data and physically map what a coverage area of a cell site looks like. With ZX, we have built a tower database with over 3 million, I think at this point, maybe more, of those drive test scans that are in that database. And what that allows us to do is reverse engineer the way that the networks are working so that we can start to estimate coverage areas. And we've become increasingly accurate at doing so. It's still an estimation. It's never going to be 100%, but our accuracy is in the 90s, about 94 to 96% accurate.
Do law enforcement and cellular companies use that type of data regularly?
Yes, the source data that we're talking about isn't anything we created. That is a industry standard both within law enforcement investigations and network engineers. What we did that was very unique is try to build a database throughout the United States where if you give us a tower and a side, we can give you that range estimation. And that in itself was very unique. That's one of the primary reasons LexisNexis moved to acquire us.
Okay. Did you also review the defendant's browser history?
I did. What was provided to me. When I say browser history, I can see bits and pieces of it, usually through the phone extract. I will not in any way claim that I've seen all of browser history. So yes, but it's very piecemeal just by nature.
Okay. And what type of information did you glean from that regarding pattern of life?
With the browser history?
Yes.
Depending on what part of that we're looking at, sometimes we can see Wi-Fi connections. So we may see that the phone is in the general area of somebody's house, but then we can look at the browser history. Sometimes within that history we can see Wi-Fi connections and confirm, yeah, they're connected to their home internet, so they are in their house. We can also see different things that they may search for. So a really good example that'll be relevant to this case is, I don't know what I want for dinner. Hey, honey, what do you want for dinner? And now there's a conversation, and we can see a husband and wife at the same time searching for faux restaurants and the address associated with the faux restaurant. So that's the type of thing we'll see in browser history where we can actually see what people are physically searching for.
Counsel, I need to confer with all counsel momentarily. Let's take our luncheon recess at this time till 1:30. The admonition applies. Not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or form express any opinion to the cause. It's finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. If I can have counsel remain, please. speak time. And it is present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. Mr. Ray, you're still under oath, and people may continue.
When we broke off at lunch, we were talking about the various types of data that you reviewed in this case. What of interest relevant to what you mapped in this case did you find in the defendant's pattern of life data?
There was a lot. Probably what stood out the most is going to be the ongoing communications with Mr. Baker, and they were, in my experience, extreme.
What do you mean by that?
I would say for the last year leading up to the homicide, close to a year, not quite a year, we were seeing communications over 5,000 a month between them, whether it's text or phone calls, the combination. And that's not counting the Viber connections. We were unable to look at the Viber records prior to January 1st of 2017. So we really have no idea how much Viber was used. We can get an idea, which I can talk about later, but we can't put an exact number on it. But easily 5,000 times a month, they were just texting or calling each other.
Okay. And did that level of communication that you referred to as extreme suddenly stop at any given point?
There was a sharp decline for sure on January 23rd of 2017. It did pick back up about a week later, but there was a complete stop for a couple days, several days, starting around the time of the murder through the next week.
And did their patterns of communication, in other words, when you looked at the communication between them on each side, the defendant and Robert Baker, did their patterns mirror each other?
Close. It's actually kind of typical of what we see in a lot of relationships. He texted her a lot more than she texted back, but she would call him a lot more than he would call her. That's pretty average with what we see in relationships like that, but the sheer amount was enormous.
Did you prepare an exhibit that displayed the volume of communications between them?
Yeah, I added a couple of visuals. Just some of explaining the Viber can be a little bit challenging if you're just hearing it opposed to kind of seeing the chart of what it looks like. So I had some graphs and some numbers that just kind of help it tie together and make a little bit more sense.
You want to write a set of charts, 9 pages in length. May this exhibit be marked, please, as People's Exhibit 255?
Yes.
Thank you. Looking at what's been marked now as People's 255, and this is page 1. There's a 1 in the lower left corner in red. Can you explain to us what we see here?
Objection, Your Honor. May I approach the picture?
All right.
255. Can you describe for us what we're looking at here on this key?
Yeah, this is just to help keep some of the terminology. We're going to talk about different ways you can communicate, whether it be by an application or through your phone directly. So just making sure we're all on the same page. SMS is a text message. SMS means short message service. MMS is a text message that includes a picture or a video instead of the short message. It's now a multimedia message, so that's why we have this phone call. Can technically happen through this voice internet protocol, but we don't see it as much. The technology's changed. And then voice over IP. If you hear me talk about anything VoIP related, certain apps allow phone calls to be made, but it doesn't use the classic voice network that you would think of calling AT&T and Sprint. It's an actual application that uses data. So voice over IP is the internet protocol that's being used.
Okay. Looking at page 2, what have you charted out for us here?
This is just putting some of the context together when I said the communications were enormous. What we're looking at is October 1st through June 14th. The communications between the defendant and Mr. Baker didn't start until December, so I used the October 1st date because that's when the record started that we had for the defendant. And what we're looking for is from October 1st to June 14th, what do we see in all these records that we can start to see their communications? When I broke out all of her communications through her phone records, her communications with the defendant or with Mr. Baker, whether he's calling or texting her, she's calling or texting him, it made up for 49.8% of all of her communications. And kind of to put that in context, if you took all of her messages to her husband, her children, her friends, everybody else in her life, she communicated with Mr. Baker as much as everybody else combined. So that's when I was saying it's just an enormous amount of communications. When we look at the actual numbers, it's 16,462 communications. And remember, we can't see the Viber messages until January. So we have about 9 months of Viber records that I can't tell you how many times they communicated through Viber. And then down at the bottom, I mentioned this earlier, I was asked a question like, did they mirror each other? They're very similar, but you can see that, again, the defendant preferred to phone calls compared to Mr. Baker, but Mr. Baker looks like preferred text messages, and that's where we see those numbers off just a hair.
So again, whether we're talking about communication via phone call or via text, we're talking about an extraordinary amount of communications.
Objection, Honor.
Overruled.
Correct, and I want to make it really clear, I cannot comment on the content of these communications for the overwhelming majority. Every once in a while we will see a little bit of content that we're able to find through a different source, but I can't tell you who's talking, what they're talking about. It's just on their devices.
Looking at page 3 of your charts, what does this indicate?
Yeah, it's just to make sure everybody's tracking. I put the date October 15th because that's when we started looking at the start date of the records that I had, but I want to make it really clear. I could not find any contact between the defendant and Mr. Baker prior to December 14th of 2015, and that's when I could see, at least through their devices, some back and forth messages start to be exchanged.
And what did you indicate here at the bottom?
When you break out these communications by time, the majority of them happen in the evening, typically between 9 p.m. and midnight. So one of the things we like to look at with pattern of life is, do we see this at certain times and certain days? Could it indicate some type of a work relationship? Is it just on the weekends? There's little details we look at to help further the investigation. And this one, when I was looking at that, it's pretty much every day, but the majority of the communications were later in the evening.
Looking at page 4 of People's 255, what did you indicate here in this chart?
So I was talking about the Viber records, and what I want to show here is we know that there was a handful of communications in December. Here I've got 10. In January, we see that number of 10 grow to 188, and in February it's up over 5,000. March is 7,000. Then we get to April and we see 2,600. And then you can see the rest of the year significantly drops off. The defendant and Mr. Baker both downloaded the app Viber in April. And where we see that peak at 2600, as soon as the Viber app is loaded on both of their phones, we see these text message almost all but stop because all the communication has now been moved over to the Viber platform.
Okay. And in terms of using the Viber platform in April of 2016, does that also coincide with when Viber went to end-to-end encryption?
Yeah, so what we're talking about there is Viber had a release, it's their version 6, and version 6 was highly publicized in the first part of 2016. It was well anticipated, and it was in April of this year that April of 2016, that Viber released their version 6, which included the end-to-end encryption. So it would be at the time that they started to download this app and started to use it.
So when you give us a number such as in February of 2016, 5,786, that's the amount of communications between them just for that month, correct?
Correct, whether it be a text message or a phone call.
And the same is true of the other months, such as March, where we have almost 7,200 communications just in that month alone.
That is correct.
Moving on to page 5. What did you include here with respect to your analysis?
So we have some of this through browser history we talked about earlier. We also have the Celebrite extracts. And what I'm showing here is the data usage that we're looking at as far as what are we seeing with, as we look through this, and let me kind of explain. It's hard for us to see some of the Viber data. But when we look at data usage, we can see that when the Viber application was installed, that data usage increases. There was also some other apps that were really prolific in the defendant's usage that we could see data spikes that would match it. So when we look at the Celebrite extract and we can see some of this activity happening within the phone, and then we can see the data that's happening, the daily consumption, if you will, of that data, we can start to get an idea of what type of data usage we're seeing. I can't tell you what all that data usage is for. I can just tell you what the pattern is consistent to when we have all of the data.
When you said that she had prolific use of certain applications, which ones are you referring to?
The Viber use for sure. There was another one called Lifestyle Lounge that was accessed multiple times, almost daily.
And what is that?
It is a dating application.
Looking at page 6 of Exhibit 255, what did you chart out here?
Yeah, so it's kind of more of the same of what we're looking at. You can see that we see the regular data communications in Sprint leading up to April 11th, and then it all but stops. And again, this is when we look at the Celebrite extract, we know that the Viber app was downloaded. We know that these other apps that are going to start coming up a little bit more frequently in her usage, and it's just showing that there's a clear difference that when that app is loaded on her phone, how we see her daily communications.
Showing you page 7 of Exhibit 255. What did you chart out here?
So I said earlier that we can only look at the true connections of Viber for the month of January 2017. That's all that law enforcement was able to obtain. And when we look at that, we see that just in January, between January 1st and January 23rd, there was a total of 5,789 messages exchanged. The one thing that I could tell in all the Viber records that I've been able to find, whether it's on the phone through the Celebrite extract or whether it's the records that came from Viber, they only communicate with each other with this app. So it's not like I see text messages to her kids and her husband and then Mr. Baker. It's just messaging back and forth between the two of them. If we look at what that breaks out to, the 5,000, there was a question earlier, do they mirror each other? Baker messaged the defendant in this time period 2,749 times, and the defendant messaged Baker 3,005 times. There's also some VoIP calls included in there, and earlier I said you can use the Viber application to actually make a call. And we can see that Baker called the defendant 6 times, the defendant called Baker 26 times.
So in this particular chart, the defendant is both calling and messaging more so than Baker is.
Correct.
Showing you People's 255, page 8. What did you indicate here?
Yeah, it's just my summary slide, and this is where I was talking about before. When we see that drop off on April 11th to really very little, if any, communication through the more historical approach of just using your cell phone, and we look at the data connections, we can look at the January that we do have the Viber records, look at the data connections we're seeing, and now go back previously to those other months where we don't see this communication after April 11th, and it's very consistent. So it gives us an idea that this Viber app is being used consistently throughout the year.
And lastly, looking at page 9 of People's Exhibit 255, documentation or a chart with respect to the usage of the home surveillance camera application, IDMSS Lite. What does this show?
So this is kind of a combination. Notice that the numbers have changed pretty dramatically on this graph, and what we're looking at on the far left side, that's the amount of information that's basically being downloaded for a particular session. The bigger the number, the more somebody's looking at a video stream. And what I was trying to map here to look for is, do we see any pattern of access to the surveillance application on the defendant's phone where we can say, hey, on the 23rd, if the defendant accessed the surveillance camera, is that really significant, or is that something she does every day? If you do it every day, it doesn't mean anything that she did it on the 23rd. So what I'm mapping here is when I'm seeing access to that camera, and over the course of a little over a year, actually it's just under a year here because we stop it, we can see that the access that she has on 1/23/2017 is fairly unusual. It's not like this isn't something she accesses daily on a regular basis.
So the last time that we see that she accessed the application to view her cameras remotely prior to the day of the murder is what? December 31st of 2016?
No, it actually would be November 10th. But the usage was relatively small, a very small usage at that point. And prior to that, it would have been September. So we see 2 accesses in August, 1 in September, 1 in November, and then not again until the 23rd.
Of January 2017.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you review any data regarding the defendant, her husband Fabio Sementilli, the victim in this case, Robert Baker, Austin, and Al Birdsong, relative to the time of July 2016?
Not so much before July, but definitely in July.
And what did you note in July of 2016?
So first I should probably explain why it's an anomaly. Seeing the 4 of them, and just to recap, Robert Baker, Monica Sementilli, Fabio Sementilli, and Christopher Austin. Seeing the 4 of them, or at least their devices, in the same area at the same time is extremely rare in these records. So it's fairly obvious when you look at all the records. We see all 4 of those devices in Las Vegas on July 24th. When we break into July 24th a little bit more, there is definitely a very unique pattern that comes out. Just before 11 a.m., so at 10:59 a.m., we see a phone call where the defendant calls Mr. Baker. When that call is made, the defendant's phone is using a cell site that is actually located right next to, possibly on actually bolted onto the Aria Hotel. I can't say she's at the Aria, but she's in very close proximity. Earlier we talked about those small coverage areas. Las Vegas has a very small coverage area on the Strip. Mr. Baker's phone is just to the west. And when I say just to the west, his phone is using a cell site that's probably 500 meters to the west of the Aria. So we see that phone call, and then after that phone call, we see Austin's phone show up in the same area, actually using the same cell site location that Monica's phone received that phone call from. His phone is very active between about 11:13 to 11:50, and it stays in that area. So we know that from what we can see there, we have Baker, Monica, and now Christopher Austin in close proximity. I can't tell you they're in the same room. I can't tell you they talk to each other, they're in each other's presence, but their three devices are in very close proximity of the Aria. What really stands out here is Mr. Sementilli's phone is not. It has moved away from the Aria, which it had been there the entire previous day, and had moved down to Mandalay Bay. And looking at his itinerary and some of the things that were going on with this trade show, beauty awards that he was emceeing there, there was an event at Mandalay Bay that was associated with some of these other events at that time. So it appears that when Mr. Sementilli's device moves from the Aria down to Mandalay Bay, we see Mr. Baker's, Mr. Austin's, and the defendant's phone is all in general proximity to each other at the Aria.
And you said just before Mr. Baker and Mr. Austin's phones go to the same area where the defendant was at the Aria, or in close proximity to that, there is a phone call from the defendant to Robert Baker.
That is correct, and that's, like I said earlier, it's right at 10:59, so just before the 11 o'clock.
Would that be consistent with her giving him her location so they can meet up?
It could be.
And when you said that this is a very unique pattern, would it be fair to say you did not see that pattern again during any of the records that you reviewed?
With one exception, the other thing that was of interest to me when reviewing this is Baker and Austin are going to leave Las Vegas on the night of the 25th, early morning of the 26th. They're back in Los Angeles the morning of the 26th. The defendant flies back to the 26th on the 26th as well. She arrives around 1 p.m. to LAX. Fabio is going to stay until the 28th, so she does come back early at the same time, well, just a few hours after Mr. Baker and Mr. Austin come back.
So she returns back to LA approximately the same time, or at least on the same date, July 26th, that Baker and Austin returned back to the LA area.
The closest I can get you with the records we have is within 6.5 hours. They're all back in Los Angeles.
Okay. Whereas the victim in this case, Fabio Sementilli, remains in Las Vegas for another couple days.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you create a presentation of slides that depict what you observed in the records from January 22nd of 2017 through January 23rd of 2017?
I did.
Your Honor, can I have that marked as People's Exhibit 256? And I believe that's going to be contained on People's 158.
So you're not marking 256 at all? Or are you?
It'll be on 158.
So there's
I
one-
guess I don't need to, but I need to make a record that it's going to be added to
That's
the flash
fine.
drive.
That's fine. So there's no 256.
Correct.
Let me take a short break. Nobody moves. Christine's ready to come out. You'll go
Oh,
there.
she's ready to come out.
Take about 2 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, so if we could move over to your second slide, and if you could describe for us as we go what you see.
So essentially, we're just going to look at a couple of phones. We've talked about a lot of different information. At times, I will add some of that information in, but for the most part, what you're going to see on the screen is the geolocation, the movements of these devices. And there's three that we're going to look at. The defendant's phone that I said earlier ended in 4213. It's an AT&T phone. Mr. Baker's phone, which is Sprint, ends in 1093. And then the deceased, Fabio Sementilli, also AT&T, ends in 0463. I put the crime scene just to make sure we're all talking about the same thing. You'll see that there's different locations that will come up as we go through there that'll be mapped and actually identified. As we start to do this, you're going to see a lot of information on the screen. It's easiest to follow by color, so I've assigned a color to each of these three phones. Mr. Baker will be, anything you see in red on the screen will belong to Mr. Baker's phone. Anything you see in blue will belong to the defendant's phone, and anything you see in green will be associated with the victim's phone. I'll have a little legend that pops up from time to time, so just so everybody's tracking, Mr. Baker's red, the defendant is blue, Mr. Sementilli is green.
So what do we see here that you found from the records?
We're going to start on January 22nd at 6:20 to 8:40, and this was something that jumped out very, very early in my analysis, just because it is somewhat unusual, and we're going to see Mr. Baker leave the area of his apartment. I can't say he was at his apartment, he's close to it, around 6:30. He's going to drive down to Los Angeles International Airport, arriving around 7. He's going to leave there around 8. He'll return to the area of his apartment by 8:30. Obviously, the resulting investigation at this point revealed that Alaska Airlines, that arrived at 7:34, had Mr. Austin on board. So this is just putting that all together so that we can actually see how that worked. It's also a good slide for everybody to kind of get used to what we're going to be seeing. So as we start here, you can see the location is the general area of where Mr. Baker lives. Red is associated with Mr. Baker. I've got an address here of his apartment. That red shaded area, that's that estimated area I was talking about earlier. I can't say the phone is 100% within that red shaded area, but it's going to be very close. And we can see this first connection that we're going to start with is at 6:23 in the morning, so that would be AM. And then shortly after that, we'll see a couple more towers light up here, moving to the south. Then we're going to see that move over towards the east here a little bit. So by 6:27, the reason I'm showing these times, if he's in the area of his apartment at 6:24 and now he's moved south, we can kind of gauge he's probably moving away from the apartment at 6:24. And then we can see all those other connections coming down the freeway to the south, eventually leading to LAX. Like I said earlier, he arrived at 7 a.m., and this phone is going to remain stationary there till just before 8 o'clock. So he arrives early, and he's just going to kind of hang out in that area.
The red circled areas,
Correct.
what do those represent?
That's the general area that he's at while we're looking at this.
Okay.
What we're looking at now is I was talking earlier about this cooperative data. When the Alaska Airlines information was found out about the itinerary of Christopher Austin, we found that he lands at 7:34 at LAX. And this was a flight, it's a red-eye flight, so it left at midnight from Anchorage, had a connecting flight in Seattle, and then ultimately arriving at LAX at 7:34.
Where do we go next?
The next thing we're going to see is the phone start to move slightly away from the airport, and that's going to be right around 7:50. And right after that 7:50 period, we see it move back to the north. And ultimately, we're going to watch it go all the way to the north, returning back to the general area of Mr. Baker's apartment. Like I said before, I can't tell you he went to the apartment. He just landed in the general area of where his apartment is located. And we see that he makes it back over there around 8:30. I think it might be 8:34.
And this is the apartment on Independence?
That is correct.
What do we see after that?
The next thing we're going to look at is, I had mapped this early. So I'd mapped this in 2020. I can't say that there was anything significant that caught my attention prior to some recent developments over the last 3 or 4 months. However, since I already mapped it, I received some information in the last few months. Hey, can you go back and look specifically at some times in the afternoon of the 22nd, and can you tell us where everybody's phone is on the 22nd? So in doing that, I found between 3 p.m. and 6:05, there is some interesting activity. Mr. Baker is going to receive a phone call from the defendant at 3 o'clock. The call is going to be about 2 minutes in length. Immediately after receiving that call, Mr. Baker is going, or his device, is going to leave the area of his apartment, and it's going to go over to 19548 Ventura Boulevard. That's at least really close to where the cell tower is located. I can't say he's at that address. He's just in the general area there. We're going to see the phone stagnate. What I mean by stagnate is with the information, the data we have available, the phone is only going to use cell sites in that general area over the next 3.5 hours, at which point it's going to leave and return back to his apartment. At the same time, when I'm seeing this information, I'm looking at the other data we've been talking about. There is some significant activity through the Viber application between the defendant and Baker at the same time. So this is just going to visualize all that together. So it'll start here with the phone call. I remember blue is the defendant, red is the Mr. Baker, and we can see that Mr. Baker is receiving an incoming call from the defendant's phone number. This is right at 3 o'clock. On Baker's side of the call is 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And you notice there's blue on the map there as well, so we actually see the outgoing side of this call on the defendant's phone. The defendant's side, the AT&T captured it as a 2 minute, 3 second call.
And is that typical that because companies keep records differently between, like, let's say AT&T and Sprint, that they might show slightly different time ranges?
Correct. Different records will, the way they connect, the order in which they connect, and they're registering to the network, they can be off by a couple of seconds. So just because I called you for 2 minutes doesn't mean your records wouldn't show a connection for 1:55 or 2 minutes and 6 seconds. It's very common. There was something else though, that I had seen in the data overall that is interesting to me as we see this route to this area on Ventura Boulevard. And I think it's Tampa, right off of Tampa there. There's a cell tower, and I'm going to highlight it with my mouse right here. It's the little one off to the furthest one to the right up here. That cell tower is in an intersection with a Chase Bank ATM is located. In Mr. Baker's financial records, there's an ATM withdrawal on the 22nd. I can't tell you, because we don't have the time, I can't tell you that is when he stopped to withdraw that money, but it is one of the only times I've been able to find that his phone is in very close proximity to an ATM Chase throughout that day.
Your Honor, I have a Chase Bank transaction detail report for the date of January 22nd of 2017. The address is 19, I believe it's 323 Victory Boulevard in Reseda, and it looks like it is, it posts on the 22nd and appears on the transaction detail on January 23rd, followed by a photograph and a map. May they be marked, please, collectively as People's 256?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you a Chase Bank document relating to an ATM withdrawal on January 22nd at this address, 19323 Victory Boulevard, for $120. Is that the transaction that you're talking about?
It is.
Okay. And with respect to this location, 19323 Victory Boulevard, is that consistent with the cell tower data that you have you just had on the screen just before I switched over to this.
It is. One of the cell sites that Mr. Baker's device uses is literally in the same intersection. It's located very close to this ATM.
Okay. Showing you People's 256, and this has a 1 in the lower left corner. Is this the location 19323 Victory Boulevard?
It is then, if anybody was to research it today, it's changed, but back then, yes, this was the Chase that's on the bank account.
And at the time, this Chase Bank was next to a grocery store, that being a Vons, as we see here in this photograph.
That is correct.
If we look at People's 256, there's a 2 in the lower left corner. Does this show us the location of the Vons store and the Chase Bank with relation to the defendant's apartment?
No, it shows it
Oh, I'm
with
sorry.
relation to the faux location on Ventura.
And that's a place that was called Faux California at the time, located at 19548 Ventura Boulevard into Tarzana. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Correct. Okay. Back to you.
So as we continue here, the next zoom, you're going to see 1524. That's 3:24 California time. So if we think about that call coming in at 3, 24 minutes later, Mr. Baker's device has moved into the area where that faux restaurant is. And just for the record, it's going to get marked on the map here so everybody's on the same page. It's like this L-shaped plaza right here. It's in the corner of that L. While this is happening, so I'm looking at the Viber records at the same time. Mr. Baker's device arrives in the area at 3:24. From 3:34 to 6 p.m., we see quite a bit of Viber activity between the defendant and Mr. Baker. There's 69 Viber messages that are going to go back and forth in about that 2.5 hour time frame. So at the same time that this phone is going to stagnate in that area, we're going to see significant text messages going back and forth. Can't tell you what they say, but there's transactional history showing that they happened. If we look at the browser information, we talked about this earlier today, there's some interesting things that are going on with both Fabio's phone and the defendant's phone, where we see at 5:11, Fabio is searching faux near me, and that's literally in quotations what is searching. At 5:12, he sends the defendant an instant message. I can't tell you what that instant message said. We didn't capture the content, but I can see that it's sent. Right after receiving that instant message, Monica searches the actual address of that faux restaurant, 19548 Ventura Boulevard. At 5:41, we see the defendant actually text one of her daughters confirming her order would be fried rice. During this time period, 5:11 to 5:41, we see 17 Viber messages alone just in that time period between Mr. Baker's Viber account and the defendant's Viber account.
17.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to pause one other area here really quick. Sorry, I just want to catch it before we lost it so we don't have to start over. I was asked at the same time of all this other information specifically, and I don't know all of the issues of why this is relevant, but hey, is there a Vons and is there a Ralph's in the general area? The Vons was next to the Chase. You guys have already seen that. It should be pointed out here, and you can see it right next to the cell site that is lit up with the red circle around it. Literally kind of catty corner in that intersection. There is a Ralph's located right there. Again, I can't tell you that they went to the Ralph's. I can't tell you they went by the Ralph's. But the phone at some point during this evening, that 3:30 time frame to 6, Mr. Baker's phone is using a cell site that's located right next to the Ralph's. It is about 3 business complexes down to where the faux restaurant is located.
What's the next thing that we see?
So we have green that popped up on the screen, and this is Mr. Sementilli's device. We can see at 6:03, he's got a data connection. AT&T data connection, I need to explain something really quick. Very unique to AT&T. When that phone connects to a cell site for a data connection, it will hand off to other cell sites and other sectors, sides of cell sites, throughout that connection to maintain the connection. So we're going to see this initial connection is on the cell site that's located right next to the faux restaurant. But as it zooms out, you're going to see a gray overlay. Gray represents handoffs. So the first connection is on the west side of that cell site. The next connection is going to be on the east side. What that tells me is that phone is arriving in the area and is still probably moving right around 603, 604.
So what you're telling us is that we first see the defendant searching the location 19548, you said, through her browser history, and then subsequent to that, Fabio Sementilli, the victim on January 22nd at 6:03, connects to a tower near that same location.
That is correct.
Then what happens?
We don't have a lot of activity on Mr. Sementilli's phone after that. At some point, he's going to leave. And I can say he pops back up around the area of his house later that evening, but I can't tell you when he leaves and when he arrives based on the phone records. It does appear that Mr. Baker's device is going to stagnate in that area till about 6:45, at which point we see it return to the apartment complex.
Okay. All right. And then from here, do we move on to the following date?
We are. So we're starting, I'm sorry, hang on. All right, we're going to start here in the morning of January 23rd. And just by way of context, I'm just looking at the first activity I can find that morning, and we see a Viber message at 6:50 in the morning from the defendant to Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker's in the general area of his apartment. Mrs. Sementilli is apparently somewhere in the area next to her house. I can't say they're at their house, but it's consistent with them being in that general area.
Okay.
As we start to go forward in time, and we're just going to keep going forward throughout the 23rd, we're moving forward now to about 10:50, and it doesn't look like either device has moved. They're still in the same area. But throughout that morning, we've seen quite a bit of Viber activity. So between 8:33 and 10:53, I think there's roughly 25 messages back and forth here between the defendant and Mr. Baker. And it is back and forth, so it's very consistent. Somebody sends a message, receives it, sends it back. Sends a message, receives it, sends it back.
Between which time period, the 25 messages?
8:33 in the morning to 10:53 in the morning.
Okay.
We continue to move forward in time. At 10:55, there's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Baker's device. Mr. Baker's device is still in the same area, but we're going to talk about something called timing data here in a minute. Because of the timing data, we can tell that this phone is moved, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. The reason I'm mentioning that is this call is at 10:55. It does not connect to Mr. Baker's phone. So there's an attempt on the defendant's phone to make this call. It's not received on Mr. Baker's phone.
Okay.
Timing data is where we can actually see the distance from the cell site the phone is located. It can be very accurate at times. And I have a new icon that just came up for Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And when we look at the distance measurement we're getting from Sprint from the cell site to the mobile device, it's the exact same distance as that Enterprise sits from the cell site. Additionally, we can see the time that a vehicle was rented that I've been told has been associated with Mr. Baker, and that vehicle rental is at 11:01, and that's the out time, or what's captured as the out time.
And that's a Enterprise rental car located at the address shown on the document to the left, correct?
21330 Sherman Way, Chinoga Park, California.
Okay. What's the next thing that we see after Baker at this particular location?
Just to associate the times that we're talking about, I'm going to show the activity that we were looking at with this particular timing advanced is at 10:55. So when we see that that phone is the exact distance it is to the Enterprise is at 10:55, and 11:01 is what the receipt says. So it's logical to assume that is exactly where the device is. This is just going back to that cooperative data, showing the accuracy of the mapping and that we can have some reliability to what it is we're talking about here.
Okay. What's the next location that we see him at?
we're going to start to see some movement here, and this is consistent to the defendant leaving her residence and traveling to the gym. And I've actually highlighted what that route would look like. And the highlighting of that route is also kind of confirmed with some of the surveillance video where we can see the vehicle leaving the neighborhood that the house is located in, and then we can actually see the defendant arriving at the gym. The handoffs that I was talking about before, we have those in this case, and we can kind of see the handoffs kind of give us a breadcrumb trail of that route. So in this particular case, we can get pretty close to saying this is the route she traveled on or very near to travel from point A to point B. And this is going to be at 11:49 is when she arrives at the gym.
When you say handoff, you're talking about the connection on her phone being handed off from cell tower to cell tower as she moves, correct?
That is correct. And then shortly after that, the next thing that happens here is we see Mr. Baker's phone also move into the area of the gym. That's at 11:56. And again, that cooperative data, we actually have Mr. Baker walking into the gym. Looking at that cooperative data is just relevant. I'm sure you guys have probably seen this already too much. The description of what Mr. Baker is wearing is also very important to this analysis because we're going to see more of this later. And that is going to be at 11:59. Going to move forward now to 12:48. So we went from 11:59 to 12:48 roughly. We moved forward about an hour in time. Mr. Baker's device is still in the general area of the gym, and we can see that he's now leaving. The time there is 12:43. Still wearing the black sweatsuit with like white stripes. When he goes out the door, it's 12:43:17. In a moment, we're going to see the defendant exit as well. Just remember that 12:43:17. At 12:43:16, the defendant leaves. And we can actually still see Mr. Baker's feet outside on the sidewalk. So she is literally leaving seconds behind him.
And what is the next thing that we see here?
We're going to see that travel route back to the Queen Victoria house. However, on the way, when the defendant leaves the gym, the defendant's device makes a phone call to the victim. So we can see an outgoing call to the victim at this point, and that's going to be at 12:49. And then after that call, we see the rest of the activity that indicates that that device is going to leave and actually return to the Queen Victoria house or close to. There is surveillance video again of the same vehicle entering the neighborhood. And the point of showing the surveillance video here is that the surveillance video, these times we're seeing these device movements, is lining up with the records perfectly. So earlier I was saying it's very rare that we can say this person has this device, but we're starting to see patterns with both of these devices at this point that they're traveling with everything else that we're seeing with the cooperative data. At this point, we're going to see that Mr. Baker's phone has returned to the area of his apartment. I can't say it's inside, it's close to. The defendant's device has returned to the general area of her house, and they're stagnant there for a while. When I say a while, I'm looking specifically at a time period between 1:20 and 2:43, and this time we have roughly 30 Viber messages that are exchanged back and forth during this time period.
So in about an hour and 20, 25 minutes, we
Correct.
have the 30 Viber messages.
That is correct.
Okay?
Going to keep moving forward in time. Going to slow down some of these Viber connections as we start to go through this, and we're going to put a target now. So we've added the location of a target. kind of see the overlapping of the two red circles at the bottom that kind of makes a little football shape in between those two cell sites. The target is located right in the middle of those two. And what we're seeing here is continued Viber messages between 2:45 and 3 o'clock as Mr. Baker's device is moving away from his apartment towards the target. Ultimately, we're going to see Mr. Baker arrive at the target. And again, just looking at that cooperative data, the phone arrives at the target in surveillance, the same time the phone records show it arriving. So we're starting to get this that whenever we see Mr. Baker in the phone records, it's matching at the surveillance, the rental car. We're getting a good feeling that Mr. Baker is the one traveling with this device on this day. The last Viber message, if you can see it on the screen, is at 3:01. The time of the surveillance of the vehicle arriving at target is at 3 p.m. So a minute before the last Viber message on this screen. We see this individual walk across the parking lot towards the target. You're going to notice the black sweatsuit with the same white stripes we saw earlier at the gym. Actually walking inside the target now, it's 3:02. So just as we kind of go through this time stamp, remember we're moving on from 3:02. See another series of Viber messages between 3:10, 3:11, and 3:13. And at 3:19, we see Mr. Baker leaving. Appears he has a cell phone in his left hand as he's walking out there.
Looks like he's carrying maybe a bag in his right hand.
Correct. Now, when he goes to move here, it is hard to see. I'll be the first one to admit this. But if you follow it very closely and you watch this, he doesn't actually leave the parking lot. He's going to move to the back part of the parking lot, and he's going to park that same car in a place in the very back part of the parking lot and then just wait there. And we've moved forward in time now to 3:24.
When you say waits there, are the phone records consistent with Baker remaining at this point in the target parking lot?
It is. Moving forward to 3:26, we see the victim's Ford F-150 is leaving, but we see Monica's device is moving at the same time. So even though it appears to be the victim's vehicle, the defendant's phone appears to be inside of it because we can see multiple handoffs again that track with other surveillance of it passing the Ralph and then eventually arriving at the target. And I've got a little yellow line that represents that. At the same time of leaving the little guard shack there by the neighborhood, going by the Ralphs, arriving at target, we're seeing Viber messages at the same time back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Baker. There's somebody standing. I cannot tell you who it is. It's too far away to identify it. But there's somebody standing in the parking lot by a little store that's back there. And when the Ford F-150 arrives in the parking lot, this person appears to walk up to the Ford, and then I can't see that person anymore. They ducked down behind a car and low crawled out of the parking lot, got in the truck, or just evaporated. I can't tell you. But when the truck moves, that person is no longer in the screen.
And again, do the cellular records indicate that Mr. Baker is still at the location?
Mr. Baker is still there, and we know that the defendant's device just arrived. The vehicle Mr. Baker is driving is also still there. The Ford F-150 is going to park for a brief period, about 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes, in the back part of that parking lot. The devices, it is consistent with both devices being there. And as we move forward, you'll see some red flashes. I'm going forward in time, and you can see that red phone is still in the area. Ultimately, we're going to see some movement here. I cannot see people interacting, so I can't tell you what's happening there. But the vehicle, which Mr. Baker was driving earlier from the Enterprise, is circled in green. It's going to leave the parking lot, and we're going to see the F-150, the dark-colored F-150, is going to move to a different parking lot or a different parking space closer to the target, and then we'll actually see the defendant exit and walk into the target. And this is going to be at 3:35, so we move forward in time to 3:35.
Now, between those 4 minutes where the defendant is parked to the back of the lot before she moves her car to the front of the lot near the store, is there any Viber communications between the defendant and Baker, given that we know he's still in the lot?
No, the next Viber message just came on the screen at 3:36. So as soon as she is parking her vehicle and we see the rental vehicle begin to leave the parking lot, that's the next Viber interaction that we get. Going to see a message come up here that's it's an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Jessica's phone. So we see that there's a call being made. It doesn't connect on the other side. We can also see at that same time Baker is still in the general area, and now Baker's device is moving off to the east. And we see that at 3:38. After that, that device is going to be turned off. We're not going to see it for a couple of hours.
When you say turned off, what do you mean by that? Like he switches his phone off?
I can't tell you he powers it off or puts it into airplane mode, but it is no longer communicating with Sprint's network. Around the same time, 3:38, we see the defendant has now exited her vehicle. So when she parked, she actually stayed in the vehicle for a brief period. There was the Viber message, then the call to Jessica, and then there was the text message. So after that, we see her exit at 3:38 and now walking towards the target. As she enters the store here, you can see that she's carrying her cell phone. She's going to get a shopping cart. When she comes back with the shopping cart, you can actually see her holding her cell phone in her hand, or a cell phone in her hand. In her right hand, that's kind of up on the cart right there, you can see what appears to be a cell phone. That's going to be at 3:39, so we've moved forward in time to 3:39. Mr. Baker's device has just been turned off. Well, it's no longer creating any records that we can see location. I can't tell you the moment that it disconnects, but it's no longer connecting. Let me back up there. We actually missed that. At 3:40, so right after we see that last clip where the defendant walked off with the shopping cart, at 3:40 she sends a text message through Facebook Instant Message to her daughter saying, "Don't be late to babysitting." The daughter's going to respond saying, "I won't, LOL." Shortly after receiving that, 3:47, we can actually see her daughter is now leaving. So text message, "Don't be late, I won't be," and she leaves. At 3:53, there is information. Sorry, let me go back to that. At 3:53, there is a connection from the defendant's device to that ID. Sorry, let me pause this. the IDMSS Lite application accessing the surveillance system at the house. At 4:18 is when we see the two individuals that are jogging up the street and enter the neighborhood. Moving back to the target. It's 4:31 now, so we've gone forward slightly more than 15 minutes. We're going to see the defendant is going to now come out of the target. She's on her phone at this point. If you watch carefully, you'll actually see she kind of, I think, loses track of where she's at and has to redirect to the front door. But she's actually using her device at this time.
Bless you.
Moving to 4:32, she's now exited the store, going back to the vehicle.
When you reviewed the extraction for Fabio Sementilli's iPhone, did you note whether or not he had that same application for the home surveillance camera system on his phone?
I don't recall. I want to say yes, because I think I don't recall the application itself, but I do recall a message he had received about accessing it when it first got set up.
Yes, but after that, did you note that he did not have that particular application downloaded onto his phone?
So ruled.
I don't recall, like I said earlier, ever seeing it. I'd have to go back to confirm that.
Okay.
By 4:38, the defendant has left the target.
The lot.
Correct. Driving eastbound, and we're actually going to see that same vehicle get picked up on surveillance by the Ralph's surveillance camera. That's at 4:41. And then she's entering the store by 4:42. At 4:46, she's going to send a message to Mr. Baker via Viber, and by 4:52, she's leaving the store. At 4:53, we see the black Porsche leaving.
Just before 4:53, the black Porsche leaving at approximately 4:50, did you note that the defendant deleted the Lifestyle Lounge application from her phone?
I did. There's actually a handful of things that get deleted at that time, but the Lifestyle Lounge is one of the things, correct. By 4:56, we can actually see that Porsche passing the Ralphs, and by 5:03, we see the 150 arriving back in the neighborhood. At 5:14, there's another Viber message, and then we see Mr. Baker's phone is finally going to register back to the Sprint network. We see that it's moved from the last location. It's back just north, kind of northeast from the residence. That's going to be at 5:12. From here, we're going to see that it's going to go back up towards the apartment. I can't tell you he went to the apartment. I can just tell you it's in the area of the apartment, and that's by 5:30.
So what's at 5:12?
The phone comes back on.
Okay.
as we start to move forward in time, we're actually going to see the phone moving off to the east. This is going to be around 5:46. Right around the same time, there is a traffic stop of the rental car, which Mr. Austin was identified as the sole occupant and the driver. So that is consistent with what we're seeing in the phone records of now Mr. Austin being in the vehicle that's tracking with the phone. So whether the phone is in the vehicle or the phone is following in very close proximity, Mr. Baker's phone and Mr. Austin are tracking very close to each other. So we continue to move on. Oops, sorry. Moving on to about 6:10. We can see that phone stagnated there for a little bit for the traffic ticket. We're now going to see that device move off to the east, kind of northeast, and it's going to land in this industrial center. Realize it looks like just a bunch of red overlays. This is one of the early things that I was able to pick up on when I was analyzing the Sprint records. The only thing that I could find in that area that was open at this time that really would do anything where you would just drive across town, drive right back, is the flyaway. When we look at the financials with Mr. Austin, it aligns with the LAX shuttle for the flyaway. So this is when Mr. Austin is arriving at the flyaway to take the shuttle back to LAX.
What time is that? 6:27?
I believe so, but let me look. 6:30 is when I have activity up there. The precise time he gets out of the car, I couldn't tell you, but I do have the flyaway. I don't know if it gives us a time, though, on the financial side.
Okay.
And that's the end of it.
All right. And subsequent to that, did you note that Baker then returned home to his apartment later on that evening?
Yeah, there's some movement around the area. He actually goes out to the east a little bit later in the evening. I would say by midnight, that phone is at the apartment for that evening.
Consistent with his pattern?
It is.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Let's take our afternoon recess at this time for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back in 15 minutes. On the record, Mr. Sementilli, the defendant is present, all counsel present, jury and alternate present. Mr. Ray, you're still under oath, and Mr. Jones, you may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to first talk about just one aspect of your PowerPoint presentation. And actually, I'm only just going to go to one slide if you're able to bring it up on your computer.
Take a minute. Do you know which
Press
slide?
this for you.
Which slide?
Slide 10, please. This is the video just before you play it. This is January 22nd, 2017, is that right?
Correct. Looks like it's going to start right around 3 o'clock.
In the afternoon on that day.
That is correct.
The red circle, that is Robert Baker's device, correct?
Yeah, and it might be hard to see on these TVs. There's actually two red circles. There's one right here, and there's one right here. These are off of data connections. And then this bigger red shape that we see, that's the voice call.
And at the moment, at 3 p.m., it's consistent with his device being at his home address, right?
In that general area, yeah, the Independence Drive.
All right. Do you mind just playing it, and then I'll tell you to pause it if that's okay?
Sure.
So there, 3 p.m., consistent with being around the area of his home address.
Correct.
Is that right? Just keep it playing. Just keep it playing if you don't mind. We then see it move. The device is connecting to various towers along the way,
Correct.
and it then is connected to a tower that's consistent with being the area of the Pho restaurant, right?
Correct.
Just play it and just pause and when that is. That's at 3:24, correct?
That is correct.
So Robert Baker's phone his device is connecting to a tower near the Pho restaurant at 3:24 p.m., right?
Correct.
And if you keep it playing. That's the restaurant, correct?
Correct.
You just keep it playing. Come back to this. Keep it playing. His phone, his device, you said it stagnates. Is what you mean that it stays in that area?
In that general area,
In that
correct.
general area.
I'm not saying it's at the faux. I'm saying it's in the area of.
I think you said it stagnates, stays in that general area until 6:45 p.m. Is that right?
Roughly, correct.
So, Robert Baker's device is seen first entering into the general area of Pho restaurant at 3:24 p.m.
Correct.
and it stays for 3 hours and 20 minutes, roughly,
Correct.
until 6:45 p.m. Right?
That is correct.
And you don't see it connecting to any other cell towers or leaving that area during that 3 hours and 20 minutes, right?
No, I feel very comfortable it's in that general area. There's enough activity that, keep in mind, we're seeing it in glimpses, right? We don't get a constant stream. So I did look, hey, what's the longest period of time that we see no connection at all? It's just under 30 minutes. So is it possible he could have driven in that dark out time from his house back to the apartment or somewhere else? Maybe, but it's probably an outside chance.
So very comfortable with his device is in that area for that whole time, 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Within the parameters that I just explained, yes.
And then Fabio Sementilli's device, you can play it, but that arrives, I think, at 6:03 p.m. Is that right?
6:01, but yeah. Yeah, 6:03, you are correct.
All right.
Are you good with that one?
That's it, actually. I just wanted the other thing that you stop it or let it play out. You said that from 3:34 p.m. to 6 p.m. there are 6 to 9 fiber messages exchanged between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, didn't you?
Correct.
And that's shown on that slide, right?
Correct.
And you said there was quite a bit of Viber activity, yes?
Guess it depends. If we're talking about 14-year-old girls, maybe not, but to me, that's a lot.
Looking at that day as a whole, January 22nd, 2017, there are multiple messages sent between them at all times throughout that day, aren't there?
Yeah, well over 100. I'm guessing here. We can go back and count them. I would say at least 150 throughout the day, maybe more. And that not throughout the day. We need to put a hard stop. Right around the time of the murder, there are no more Viber messages.
It may help. Your Honor, I have counting up of all the messages from the Viber records for the days throughout January 21st, January 23rd. If I can mark this as defense exhibit 622, I believe.
Yes.
Mr. Ray, showing you defense exhibit 622. Just switch over. And this is showing an adding up of Viber text messages and calls in a total for each day. Do you see that? Follow that?
I do.
And you see for January 22nd, 180. Does that sound consistent with what you notice?
Sure.
All right. So there are multiple messages that day, not just those 69 in that period, correct?
Correct.
And there are messages in the morning, at midday, and after that period, weren't there?
Correct.
And that day, it's not out of the ordinary compared to other days in terms of messaging, is it? There's many hundreds of messages being sent each day throughout January, isn't it?
Well, I'm objecting when there's no foundation.
Sustained.
Well, you've looked at the Viber records for the month of January, haven't you?
I have.
Isn't it true that they message every day in January?
They do.
Isn't it true they send multiple hundreds of messages a day?
I made a mistake on that last one. We're saying the month January. There are no more messages after January 23rd. But between January 1st to January 23rd, you are correct.
They send from January 1st to January 23rd messages every day to each other.
That is correct.
Hundreds of messages a day on every day.
Except for the 11th.
Except for the 11th.
Correct.
Right. I want to go now to what you were shown by the people. People's Exhibit 255. Showing you this.
Okay.
Showing you, let's start with, showing you page 2. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me just, I'm going to situate this and just clarify something so we're all following along. Find this. This is the timeline of AT&T communications. Is that right?
Correct.
And it goes from December 2015 all the way to June 2017.
Correct.
When Monica Sementilli was arrested, right?
I believe so, yes.
Right. It starts here, December 2015, because that's when you see the first communication between them, correct?
That is correct.
In terms of devices, right?
Correct.
And then what we have here are the SMS messaging and calls using the sort of normal phone SMS calling function. Is that fair to say?
The regular network text messages, yes.
Not Viber.
Correct.
Okay, so just looking at these, so it's all of this, but the concentrations here in these ones, right?
Correct.
And going back, you had a sort of analysis of just these AT&T communications. This is an analysis of those communications, right?
From October 1st to June 14th, you are correct.
Yes, and October is when you start looking at the records, but as you said, they don't actually start communicating until December, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we see here, this is communications from Monica Sementilli to Robert Baker. This is communications from Robert Baker to Monica Sementilli, correct?
Correct.
So there are SMS messages and there are calls. The SMS messages make up the vast majority of the communications, don't they?
I would agree.
And here, it's Robert Baker who is sending the vast majority of the SMS messages to Monica Sementilli, 2/3, correct?
Correct.
He's sending double the amount of messages to her as she's sending to him, isn't he?
Correct. 2/3.
And you're absolutely right that she does make more calls to him than he does to her, but this is making up a very small amount of the communication, isn't it? It's only in 2.51% plus nearly 1%, so it's only 3.51% of their communications.
Well, those are connections. I wouldn't agree with it makes up a very small part of their communications, because if you and I were having this engagement by text message, we probably have a couple thousand text messages by we get done, but we could do it in one phone call. So I would say we can't per se put a account on what's happening in those communications, and typically we would see a lot more communication flow in a single call than we would maybe a dozen text messages. So I don't want to say there's less communication happening there, but there's less connections, if that's what we're going at.
All right. So here, going back to, this is page 4. I think you're trying to explain that it drops off in April because there is, you can see that a Viber has been downloaded, correct?
Correct.
One moment, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. This is a timeline here that's showing much fewer communications via AT&T records, the SMSs and calls, throughout the months after April, correct?
That is correct.
January here, so I just want to look at this timeline. That is the only month that you have the Viber records, correct?
That is correct.
And I think you said, which one of these slides, the Viber records for that month, this is now page 7, 5,789 communications in that month, correct? So they're sending, in January 2017, almost exactly the same amount of communications as they were nearly a year prior in February 2017, right?
Say more, but also...
3 more. It's 5,789 compared to 5,786.
But we're also talking about 28 days compared to 23 days. So I would say if we looked at the daily average, it is more. Plus we have to add the 56 other communications there.
But then looking at this month, March, there are a lot more, aren't there?
There are.
And that's why you say that the messaging they were doing February, March, April, using normal communications, is consistent with the amount of messaging they're doing in January over Viber, isn't it?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
They're sending just about as many communications in January 2017 as they were nearly a year prior, correct?
I would refer to that as the tempo, and yes, I would say their tempo on the volume of contacts is very similar from everything I've seen throughout the year.
And these intervening months, we just don't know how many Viber new communications were sent for those two.
We do for February, March, April, May, and June of 2017.
So I talked about Viber messages.
From February to June of 2017, we know there are no Viber messages.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant these intervening months.
Just in 2016.
We only have Viber records for January 2017, correct?
Yeah, but we know there's no Viber records in existence for February through June. So we can say there's nothing after January, there is no Viber records.
All right, just looking before,
Okay.
you don't know how many Viber messages were sent. We know Viber is being used from April to January 2017, correct?
Correct.
But we don't know how many Viber messages were sent in this period I'm highlighting here, from May to December 2016, do we?
You are correct.
It could be an amount consistent with these figures in the SMS text messages from February to April 2016, couldn't it?
Could be the same, it could be more, it could be less.
You just
I
don't
don't know.
Right. Just one moment. Actually, have no further questions, John.
Any proof of other people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank
You're
you.
excused. Not that I'm clairvoyant, but am I correct that your next witness is not here yet? Oh, what do you know? Let me call your next witness. That's why I don't have.
You can call Detective Corey Farrell.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Corey Farrell, Coreyfarrell.
Sir, is that microphone on?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
There's a switch you have somewhere on the microphone.
Sorry about that.
It's not you.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us, what is your occupation and assignment?
I'm a police detective for the City of Los Angeles, and I'm currently assigned to Robbery Homicide Division
How many years have you been employed by the LAPD?
for 26 years,
And how many years have you been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division?
about 10 years.
And do you work alone or with a partner?
I work with a partner.
Who's that?
It's Detective Josh Byers.
And that's Detective Byers, who's seated here behind me to the left.
Yes, ma'am.
Your right. Did you initially begin work on this case back in June of 2017?
Yes.
And did you and Detective Byers assist other robbery homicide detectives on June 14th of 2017 in the service of simultaneous search warrants?
We did.
Okay. And on that date, were there multiple teams from Robbery Homicide Division who were tasked with various projects or things to do on that day when the defendant and Robert Baker were taken into custody?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And were you and your partner assigned to a particular task?
Yes.
And what was that?
We were assigned to serve a search warrant at Mr. Baker's apartment, his known residence.
And was that the residence on Independence?
Yes.
When you went to the location, do you recall approximately what time that was?
It was in the early afternoon.
And, Your Honor, I have, let's see, 4 pages of photographs. If they could be marked collectively, Your Honor, as People's 257.
These are photos generally of what, please?
They're photographs of the apartment on Independence, as well as of items recovered from that location.
So marked.
Actually, Your Honor, I take that back. 2 of the items have already been marked as People's 202 and 188, so there's only 2 photographs. If those 2 photographs could be marked as People's 257.
Very good.
showing you what's been previously marked as People's 202. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And is this the location you and your partner, Detective Byers, went to in order to serve a warrant on June 14, 2017?
Yes.
Looking at People's 188, 2 photographs. Again, is this the same apartment showing the entrance to the parking garage, and to the right, a photograph from inside the parking garage showing Baker's, or at least the front end of his Ford Expedition and a red Mustang?
Correct.
Showing you People's 257, there's a 10 in the left corner. Did you recover various items from the upstairs bedroom that was identified as Mr. Baker's?
We did.
And did you identify that as his bedroom based on indicia of ownership in that particular room?
We did.
Okay. Showing you what's marked in People's 257, the photograph to the left. Did you, when you served this warrant, were you accompanied by other individuals from the LAPD
Yes.
who assisted you in marking various items?
Yes. There were members of our Forensic Services Division field unit with us.
Individuals from the lab that placed placards and also took photographs?
Yes.
And was one of those items a Samsung S4 that has a number 2 placard next to it, along with various SD cards?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the right in People's 257 that has a 10 in the lower left corner. Is this a photograph of that Samsung S4 as well as a couple of SD cards?
It is.
Showing you People's 257 that has a 1 in the lower left corner. Does that appear to be a same or similar photo?
Yes.
And looking at the photograph to the right, what do we see here?
It's a passport that was located in that bedroom for Robert Louis Baker.
Okay. As well as other documentation belonging to Mr. Baker that we see underneath the passport itself?
Yes.
And that passport, the page that's depicted in this photograph, does it indicate the birth date, May 2nd of 1962, for Mr. Baker, as well as the date of issuance of the passport being in June, it looks like June 6th of 2017?
Yes, I see June 8th. I see June
It's
8th. June 8th of 2017.
Thank you. Now, in June of last year, 2024, did you and your partner, Detective Byers, take over the case involving the defendant?
Yes, we assumed investigative responsibility for the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
And did that happen when Detective Mitzi Roberts retired?
Yes.
And prior to her retirement and after, did you have multiple conversations with her regarding her investigation?
Yes.
And did you speak with her specifically about an outstanding suspect that she had identified by the name of Christopher Austin?
We did.
Was there any information or evidence that you had in your possession at the time that you took over this case regarding the role that Mr. Austin played in the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
The information we received from Detective Roberts was that there was a strong indication based on evidence that she had recovered, indicating that he was the other suspect seen on what's been referred to as the joggers video, and that as far as when he went into the home and the murder was carried out, we did not have information as to what his role was.
Would it be fair to say that you had no information that he was a direct participant in the murder?
At that time, we did not have any information to suggest he was a direct participant in the murder.
And did you and your partner begin investigating him with a fresh investigation?
Yes, we composed some search warrants for information in regards to flight information. We took a fresh look at Christopher Austin, his life, where he was now, the information we could glean from databases and information that we had available to us as we assumed the investigation.
Your Honor, I had 8 pages that appear at the top to contain information regarding Christopher Austin and purchase of tickets on Alaska Airlines. 7 pages, the 8th page being a document from the credit union, again reflecting the purchase of tickets on Alaska Airlines. May these documents collectively be marked, please, as People's 258.
They may.
Now, did you, you said drafted, you offered a search warrant for records relating to Alaska Airlines and any purchases by Christopher Austin.
Detective Byers did, yes.
Okay. And did you also obtain documentation from Mr. Austin's credit union account?
Yes.
Showing you the first page of People's 258. Can you describe what we are looking at here?
Yes, these are the records that were received from Alaska Airlines for Christopher Austin for a flight that originated on January 22nd of 2017.
And did this show a purchase for these tickets on January 13th?
Yes, Alaska posted the purchase on January 13th of 2017.
So they were purchased on the 12th and posted to his account on the 13th. Is that accurate?
In looking at the corresponding bank records, you could see the purchase was between the 12th and the 13th.
Showing you that last page, People's 258. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
It's a page from Christopher Austin's bank statement.
Through a credit union one located in Anchorage, Alaska.
Yes.
And the area that's highlighted here on the date of January 12th, is this the ticket that corresponded to the documents I just showed you? And that would be for the Alaska Airlines ticket to LAX.
I believe so.
You need to look at them closer.
No.
Now, subsequent to receiving the information regarding the Alaska Airlines ticket, did you also run the individual Mr. Austin through various databases?
Yes.
And what, if anything, new did you find?
A citation was identified as having been issued to Mr. Austin, and the significance of the citation was that it was issued on the day of the murder in an area in proximity to Mr. Baker's apartment, and the time was noted at 45 minutes following the murder of Mr. Sementilli.
And was that a citation, a traffic citation, that Mr. Austin received while driving in the rented Nissan Versa that's been testified to in this case?
Yes.
At that point in time, once you were able to obtain this traffic ticket information relating to Mr. Austin driving the rented vehicle 45 minutes after the murder on January 23rd of 2017, did you and your partner begin to put into place a plan or an operation to arrest Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
So we had made the determination that Christopher Austin was no longer living in Alaska and had relocated to the area of Vancouver, Washington. So being as that we are from California, we didn't have jurisdiction in Washington. So we reached out to our counterparts in Washington to make them aware of our investigation and the fact that we were seeking a probable cause arrest warrant for Mr. Austin, and asked for their assistance. In doing so, we also gathered a team of Robbery Homicide Division detectives to accompany us as we went up to Washington to effect the arrest.
Prior to the time that you and the team of detectives from LAPD Robbery Homicide Detectives flew up to Vancouver, Washington, did you also have numerous conversations with Vancouver Police Department detectives in order to have them conduct some surveillance prior to your arrival?
We did. So in order to develop a pattern of life for Mr. Austin, a surreptitious camera was placed in his neighborhood so we could observe the happenings at his residence, the time that he left, any other occupants that were inside the location, and so we could make a determination as to a plan of action when effecting the arrest.
How many of the detectives from Robbery Homicide Division flew up to Vancouver, Washington with you?
So we had, along with myself and Detective Byers, eight other detectives and our supervisor accompanied us as well.
Thanks. Show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 252. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the database inquiry that revealed the existence of the citation issued to Mr. Austin.
On the date of January 23rd?
Correct. You can see in the top, next to the citation number, it says issue date, and it says 1/23/2017.
As well as the time, 17:45?
Correct.
And would that be 5:45 in the afternoon?
Yes.
And this was a traffic violation, correct?
Yes.
And below, do we also see the information regarding the vehicle he is driving, that being a gray Nissan with a specific license plate that's listed here in the document? Is that right?
Yes.
And does it also indicate that he was ticketed as he was going westbound on Van Owen and DeSoto in San Fernando Valley?
Correct.
Now, given that you and the other individuals from Robbery Homicide Division were flying up to Vancouver, Washington, did you and your partner assign, just as we saw on the date of the arrest of the defendant and Mr. Baker back in June of 2017, different roles to the various detectives that accompanied you?
We did.
Now, did you also, prior to your flight out to Vancouver, Washington, put into place a plan to conduct what's been referred to in this case as a Perkins operation?
Yes.
And what did you do in order to secure or to set that up?
So we have a team of detectives that handle all Perkins operations for the city of Los Angeles. Those two detectives, who are also assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, accompanying us to Vancouver, Washington. They set up the equipment necessary for the audio to be recorded inside the cell that was provided by the Vancouver Police Department. And they also made contact with the Perkins agent who was placed in the cell. I know we've heard testimony before about how that is done, but in effect, we placed the Perkins agent inside of a cell before Mr. Austin was brought into the station and placed inside the cell.
Now, did you make arrangements with the Vancouver Police Department in order to conduct such an operation using their jails?
Yes.
And when you and any other members of the LAPD go to another jurisdiction to conduct an operation such as this, do you have to do so in coordination with the procedures and policies of whatever jurisdiction you are entering?
Absolutely. We were operating outside of California where our peace officer powers are and in a different state, so therefore we requested their assistance, just as is done commonly with when cases cross state lines, and they assisted us with the obtaining of the necessary warrants and other logistical aspects, including the actual physical arrest, which had to be done by them.
Counsel, I hate to interrupt you, but we do have to do a matter outside the presence of the jury. So if I may, we're going to take our adjournment at this time as far as you're concerned until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admonition applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinions or the cause is finally submitted to you. If you're lucky, you'll miss the rain. Good luck. See you tomorrow.